I don't know
It
what that was,
works.
but
Yeah, it works.
the
Yeah.
bottom line
And
is that like
also,
I'm gonna keep this by my bed.
okay. Also, if you open that, that is, it's got Health Ranger's initial on it, and so they're pretty collectibles. I mean, I gave one for each one of my family because it was the 50th anniversary for Dawson Knife, which is an American company where they make the knives here in the USA, which is awesome. And it's got Mike Adams' initials, and there's only 500 of them made. So they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool collectibles. Yeah, be careful with that knife. That thing is sharp, extremely sharp. But
I mean, this
it
goes
is
by
a
my
good
bed.
survival knife.
That's
Yeah.
going by my bed. What's the most important thing you've learned about all of this?
About prepping,
Yes, I mean, what
how
inspired you to start prepping?
yeah, how unprepared I was in an event of emergency. And I'm like, I got to get prepared. I got to know where I'm going to go. The Bible says, go to the mountains, the end days until, he comes and rescues us. And so I've just like prepared where I can grab my items. I know I can survive without food. And plus, I can, you can get food later. You can hunt and you can, get food later, but the most important things are those survival items you need fire. There's an electric lighter, so you never run out of light, you never run out of fire, because that electric lighter has a charger, and when it runs out you can charge it. You've got your pots and pans so that you could cook, you can boil water if you have to, you've got your straw in there, you've got your silver. You've got a lot of things that will help you survive the first 2 weeks, and then after that you just figure things out for food and what have you, if it ever comes down to it. I'm not saying it is going to come down to it in our lifetime, but the Bible does give us warnings. And by the way, I rededicated my life to Christ on 3/3/13, March 3rd, 2013. I was like, God, I know I've been a Christian my whole life, but I haven't been following you like I should have. And that was the day. And then shortly after, I got baptized in the water in November of 2013. So I'm really, really proud of that. I'm really proud of my walk with Jesus, as you are, Corinne.
Yes, I got baptized in November of last year in Dallas, Texas. And the people who baptized me really do believe that we are in Revelation. And, I wasn't really thinking along these lines, but there might be a point when I will have to hitchhike, I will have to hike. And this backpack just has so much in it. I just found something else that is so interesting. What is this one?
Let me see what that is. Oh yeah, that's the lighter. So that's the lighter. You can open it up and you can show it's like a little stove that never runs out of electricity. It also
Okay.
has a charger with it. On the bottom of it, it has a charger. And then it also, you're using your knife for the first time. You're
Yes, I'm
scaring me
using
here.
the knife.
Yeah, that knife is really sharp. You're scaring me, Corinne.
I like it. I love the knife. I'm totally into this.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is exciting. Yes.
I love the knife. Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
The
The
knife
only
makes me
place
feel powerful.
Yeah, the places where you can't have that knife is obviously at the airport. You have to check it in. You can't just carry it with you. It's just
Or
like
I
a weapon.
can't have it in Washington, D.C., no federal buildings.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. See,
Yeah.
I live in a state where you are allowed to do all of that. So it's kind
Yeah.
of nice. You're allowed to have a concealed weapon and all that, especially for women. So I really enjoy in the state of Nevada because they are a lot more looser than most
Yeah,
states.
you can carry a gun in Nevada. In Washington, D.C., you do not want to do any of that. It's way too dangerous. It's it's
Yeah,
it's not it's not worth it. But in Virginia and Maryland, you can. The thing
you
about
can.
Washington, D.C., oh yeah, you can.
Oh, nice.
Virginia, Maryland, West Virginia. I mean, this is where the United States of America started. And so West Virginia, Virginia, they all believe in your right to bear arms, and they believe in your right to defend yourself.
Hmm.
It's just
Yeah.
the big cities like New York City, Washington, D.C., LA that give you a hard time. Okay, so what is this one?
So open the lighter and then just push the button and then oh yeah. So So there's a little thing. So that's the bottom. That's the flashlight. So if you take the pin down and then press the button, and you'll see that it's electric. Yeah. So do you see that? Do you see the little button right there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
So go
is
ahead
how
and
you
press
get
the
your
button.
lighter. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. And you never run out of fire because you can always charge it.
Yes. That is so interesting. Okay, there's a couple more things in here. I want you to get a backpack with your logo on it. I really want to see your logo everywhere.
Well, we're making a backpack. Just to let you know, they'll be out in about a month from now. We haven't started taking pre-orders, but we might by the end of this month. But it is going to be a fair day backpack, and it's going to be bulletproof. We want to have them before school starts because, the teachers don't want the phones to ring in a classroom, and the moms and dad want to have their kids protected in case there's shooting somewhere, so they can hold the backpack, against their face or whatever you are, or carrying it, running away from the bad guys. And
And
and then
it could happen at any time. The pro-Palestinian protesters, no matter what side you're on, I'm not even gonna get political here. What I'm going to say is that they are everywhere and they are protesting, and it does get dangerous. I've been stuck in some weird situations, and a lot of times the people in those protests are people who just want to cause drama and trauma, and they may not be real protesters. So you have to be ready in every situation. And then we have the whole migrant problem happening, and we have young girls getting attacked by illegal aliens. And so the United States of America is not safe anymore. And this is why
yeah,
this is so important. You have your
yeah,
roadmap.
there's your roadmap in case the cell towers went down, so you'll have directions. I mean, this is what I used to. This was in my glove compartment when I grew up, and that was my GPS. The young people don't even realize that before GPS we actually had to look at those up. That's a life straw. That's a straw for you to be able to drink water from anywhere. You could drink water from a pond, from a lake, and it filters the water.
This is key to everything because I can't last more than 1 hour without water. I can
Yeah.
last for a month. How many months could I last without food? Like 2 months?
Well, Jesus did 40 days, so I'm assuming 40 days. I have seen people, when I go to this preventative clinic, I have seen people that do go about 40 days with just water, people that want to heal their bodies. So yeah, so you can last for a long time without food. You can't go, I think you can only go up to 24 hours or so before you start getting dehydrated without water, Corinne.
You need water.
Yeah.
And okay, so we did beready123.com. We did prep123.com, but this is sat123. This is like my favorite thing to promote on every show I go on because Michael Yon and I were talking about you 2 weeks ago, and he was saying that when he is traveling, he uses these phones. I mean, this is the only thing you can use in an emergency, correct? And Senate, everyone in Senate has been given a satellite phone. So you want to follow what Senate does. Now, Congress, which is 435 people, have not received this phone. So I'm going to encourage Congress people to go to sat123.com and buy these phones because this is the key, right?
Right. And they are free. Just want to let you know, you sign up on a 24-month agreement. It's $95 a month, includes 100 minutes a month, Corinne. And the phones are given to you for free. Once the 12 months are up, you own the phone. I'm sorry, once the 24 months are up, you own the phone. And then you could just stay month to month. We do have another phone on there that's $85 a month, and it's only 15-month agreement, and that's the Inmarsat. So you can have a choice. And then we have the Bivy stick too. That
Yeah.
is,
See the Bivy stick.
yeah. And all the videos on how to use those are right on the website. So go to sat123.com, click on the video, watch how the Bivy stick works. It's a 6-minute long video. It shows you from A to Z.
I mean, this is why I'm going to have a whole setup because we have this product, which is so massive. This is a solar panel, correct? This I can use in case there's an electricity shortage, correct?
Right, right. So in case we had a power outage, that would charge up your generator, and it's very easy to carry, very light, and that will pretty much charge up your generators to keep you going, to keep your refrigerator, uh, AC, your heater, a lot of your things that we're so used to using, especially if it happens in the wintertime, Corinne, and you live in a below zero temperature area. You know, I don't, fortunately, but still, if you know, I live in a state where it's 115 degrees in the summertime sometimes. I can't live without an AC, so I use the generator, backup generator with that solar panel in event that happens.
I
Yeah, and
mean,
that's
look at that.
the generators. Yeah, you can plug in pretty much anything: the toaster, blow dryer, your computer, and then use the solar panel to charge it up. You can also plug it into the wall to charge it when there is electricity. So you want to keep it charged all the time. But then if there is an outage, then you would go to your backup, which is your solar panel.
And then where do you buy these?
So those are at Be Ready. So we've given 3 websites. So we've got prep123.com for all of your Faraday bags, your emergency backpack, beready.com for your generators and solar panels, and then sat123.com for your communication devices.
And the knife.
The
Can you
knife
buy
would,
this knife or is it
you
already
can.
sold out?
You can buy some of those knives. There's different designs. So we limited them to 500 each. So Mike Adams designed 4 different knives. There's one that you would love, Corinne. It's called Escape from LA. The reason why I didn't bring you Escape from LA is because we were out of them, but we just got about 50 of them in. And those are about $490 each, but they're awesome. Mike designed them to do multi things. So you may want to go to the website prep123.com and check out all the knives, the different designs that Mike Adams created.
This is what someone told me the other day, because, I interview so many people every day about how to handle emergencies. They told me to have lighter fluid in my bedroom ready and a match in case someone tries to break down my door. I can spray the lighter fluid at them and the match, and that's not illegal. So when I had my door
Great
broken
idea.
in, yes,
I really like that idea. Just
we can
like
make new
pour
products.
light a fluid and then light up a match and throw it if they're breaking in. I like that.
Yes.
Don't
And
break into my house
if
because you're
I
gonna
had
get it.
had this, I would have just thrown it at the door, but this happened to me next to the FBI building, so there's a lot more to that story that I'll tell you guys about another time. But that's what I really love. Like, I want to start this connection with you, and I want to go through all of these products, and I'm building a whole set. It hasn't come yet. It'll take me like another week to get, but I'm testing like all the different backgrounds. This is just a temporary background right now, but I want to promote SAT123 and all the products, because the truth is, Tina, you stand up for independent journalists like me and like Michael Yon and like the founder of America Happens, Ben Miller. You stand up for us. And I talked to a couple other people. I don't have the right to say their name yet, but everyone knows that you stand up for independent journalists when no one else will. We get banned and censored everywhere. And I'm just so grateful, because this is what we need now. There is no way everyone is predicting a major catastrophe to happen before the election 2024. There's no way that the Democrats are just going to let us have our country back. And so people need to be prepared.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Corinne. It's kind of a little freaky, right? I'm kind of scared. It's like, what do you got? What is it going to be this time? The last time we got the virus to try to get us all to stay home and be miserable. And a lot of us didn't listen and wear masks. Do you remember on the planes, they were like, take your mask down, chew or drink, and then put your mask up. And you're like, what? I mean, it was just the craziest thing, right? It was the craziest thing in the world, and people bought it. Everybody bought into it. Not everybody. A lot of us Christians were like, "This is fraud," but a lot of people were like, they judged us, and now a lot of those people that took the vaccine are feeling very bad that they took the vaccine because they're seeing a lot of things. I know a lot of people that take the vaccine that are having heart issues. There's liquid
Yes.
in their heart, especially the men, the young men. So, and we saw what happened. That guy that had the heart attack on a football field. Come on, don't tell me that wasn't COVID. He had just taken a COVID vaccine a couple days before, and then he's young, healthy athlete gets a heart attack. Yeah, I'm not sure, what they're going to throw at us, but it seems like they practiced 4 years ago, and people bought into it. Well, this was
They're
the
gonna,
most
yeah,
shocking is that they bought into it. So yeah,
they're going to throw something at us because we're at the most critical point in history I think we've been in. And so it's really important that you have all of these products. And that's why I love prep123.com, be ready 123.com, and sat123.com. And you're such a visionary for knowing that this could happen to us. But no matter what, earthquakes happen. See, the Mayan tradition says the earthquakes are going to happen. There's going to be a pole shift. The Christians say we're in Revelation. The Jews in Israel may be starting to sacrifice red heifers again just this month of April. So many things could happen. So we need to be prepared. And you can ship to everyone around the world. So people in Australia, people in New Zealand, people in England. I mean, you could ship anywhere, right, Tina?
we do. We have customers from anywhere on earth. We have customers
Yes.
in Japan, England, Australia. So absolutely.
I am so grateful to have you, and I want you or someone from your team to come on every week, and we'll delve into each product, and we'll delve into different stories, because people need to hear this again and again and again. You can't hear this enough. An emergency is going to happen, and you need to be prepared ASAP. Drop everything, spend whatever you can afford to spend at prep123.com. Be ready 123.com, and sat123.com. And you're one of my favorite people, Tina, because you understand what's about to happen.
Thank you very much, Corinne. Really, really appreciate you. And it was such a pleasure meeting you in Tulsa a few weeks ago.
Yes, God bless you. Peace. Thank you. Yes.
God bless you too.
Yes, we'll see you next week. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tina. I want to bring in someone that has spent so much time, so much energy on election corruption. I'm having technical difficulties tonight, so just bear with me, because I'm not really sure why the sound was off in the beginning with Dr. Sherwood, but let's take a moment and drink his water. So basically, you press the button on the side and it gets the water all bubbly, and it's so interesting. Oh my gosh, Harry, you're here. This is Harry Hari. Harry is one of the best, the most knowledgeable people alive in the United States of America at this time on election integrity, election corruption. So I'm so grateful to have you, Harry, because I could talk to you for hours and hours and hours. Is your computer okay? We're testing, one,
I'm
two,
having
three.
some technical. Can you hear me?
We're all having technical problems. It's such a wild night. I want everyone to know that they can go on the website for the Functional Medical Institute, FM, sorry, Functional Medical Institute, FMIDR.com, and buy this, because what you do is you turn it on and then you drink it. Okay. Don't you wish you had this, Harry? I have to send you one.
Never know what you're going to need these days.
I know. Okay, bottom line me, do you think we're going to have a real election in November 2024? Yes or no? What do you think, Harry?
I think that we're going to have some turmoil between now and then, and we'll see whether or not the courts do what they're supposed to do and make rulings on the law that they should be making. And if they do, we're okay. If they don't, we're in for more of the same that we had in the last 4 years. So we
Which
believe that we
courts?
will
Be
succeed.
specific. Wait, be specific. Which courts? The court in Maryland, the Supreme Court. Which court cases are you vested in? What do you care about?
So right now we filed in Maryland, but we intend to file in many other states. And the basic premise of the lawsuits is to go after state-based statistical information that says that the elections have not been following the law. And so our purpose is basically to force the courts to examine four principal issues. One is, are they maintaining accurate and up-to-date voter rolls? Second is whether or not people that have illegal registrations, and I'm not talking about whether or not they're doing bad things. Some of them are just clerical errors, but the requirement under the law is that the registration information comport to the legal registration requirements in the state. And so those people have illegal registrations. And if they're allowed to vote, their votes, if they're accepted, are called illegal ballots. And the fact of this matter is our second focus is on whether or not people are voting that don't have legal registrations. And then there's a very anomalous situation that right after the elections, when we've gotten voter rolls, which are the official record of the voter participation as well, it's showing a huge number of unaccounted for votes. The reason that this is a problem is that when they certify the vote, let's say they're all okay, they just haven't bothered to get the records updated. It's not that simple. The issue is that when they're certifying the vote, they need to know that it's both, that the count is both accurate and the processes are compliant. And it's clear proof that the processes are not compliant, because with the law, that is, because these discrepancies exist everywhere. In New York in 2020, there were 338,000 votes after the period of certification that have no record showing who voted. And then we see other very anomalous behaviors where people are taking, and changing, editing vote records and whatnot after the fact. We see blank ballots that are not explained. I mean, there's always this hand waving that somebody's filing a blank for reasons. Talk about, not having proof. The people, they want to call all of us. You hear the storms in the distance. We have tornadoes in the area, but not right now. We're okay.
Wait, what state are you in?
Right now I'm in Missouri, but it's no big deal. We're okay.
No, that's great.
So the fact of the matter is that the votes are not properly being registered. There's ample evidence of problems all over the country. We've got in excess of 20 chapters now operating on a state by state basis. We've got 12 what we call scorecards that deal with the voter registration anomalies, the illegal vote registration, the non-compliant vote registration, the number of people that are voting that don't have legal registrations, and these vote-to-voter discrepancies that exist everywhere. And again, they'll wring their hands and declare it, as nothing. Don't look behind the green curtain. But the fact is that they owe us an explanation. Their data doesn't reconcile. And the fact of the matter is, at certification, you're supposed to know that everything's in full compliance. It makes perfect sense that if the bank says you check, you wrote 15 checks this month, there ought to be 15 check records, right? So there's a problem here that's significant. And then, we go through, like I said, the vote-to-voter discrepancy, and then we have this issue with regard to what the error rates are overall. And you have to understand that that the error rate is a requirement under law. People say it's impossible, it's too strict. Well, what is possible? What is strict enough to ensure that the vote is accurate and compliant, and that we're actually certifying elections for people that won the elections? And so our approach isn't to deal with who won the election. This isn't a partisan effort. It's I mean, most of us are conservative because the people that seem most concerned about whether we're having fair, honest, and open elections are conservatives right now. But the fact of the matter, it's really a liberal and middle of the road issue as well. If we're not having fair, open, and honest elections, we don't have a democratically elected representatives from the states. And so the fact of the matter is, the U.S. Constitution guarantees this. And our basic premise is this: that you need to have an end-to-end election that's provable. And so we focus on three principal operating issues. You need to know who the voters are. You need to know that a legal ballot was submitted for the voter and it corresponds 1-to-1. I don't need to know who that voter was. I just need to know in a large anonymous group that I had 150 voters and I have 150 ballots. But that's a requirement. It's not an option. And then finally, we need to know that the ballots that are submitted are counted correctly. And we have many indications around the country that ballot counts are at variance with whether it's the vote to voter discrepancy or if it's something else in the machines or in the way that the statistics are being ported or whatnot, that we can't rely on the tally that's given to us as being accurate. And then within that chain between voter to ballot to count, we have a chain of custody issue, right? We need to know that ballot securely got from the voter to the hands or into the ballot box. And then from the ballot box, we need to know it got securely to the tabulator and that the count was rendered accurately. And, we talk, go
Harry,
ahead.
is there any state where there is not election corruption? Is there any state that's safe? Any state
Well,
right
I
now?
mean, corruption is part of the mix. We talk about it doesn't really matter what's going on. It could be ignorance, arrogance, or malice. It doesn't really matter. They don't seem to care, though. To have millions and millions of records. I mean, in New York, it's millions and millions and millions of records that are not registered properly under New York law. So to understand, we're not trying to go out and do studies of, we did some of this early on. Marley Hornick and I formed United Sovereign Americans based on work that was being done by New York Citizens Audit. It was great work. They were doing some canvassing, just trying to figure out what this mess meant. But after that initial canvassing was over, we realized that we really didn't need to do the physical canvassing anymore. We could just use their data, their own state's laws, the federal law, and analyze the voter rolls, the record of participation, the record of the vote that's provided by the Secretary of State, and the voter registration rolls themselves, and we spot millions and millions of errors just in New York. I mean, we've got California, we've got Illinois, we've got Missouri, we've got Tennessee, we've got Florida, North Carolina, Maryland, Texas, and many others come. Alaska has just come online. We're seeing errors all the time. Now, how much of it is actual? And I got to be careful. I mean, we talk about corruption and we talk about the word fraud. I talk about election fraud. Election fraud is a very specific, defined term in the election industry, if you will, the election parlance. The fact of the matter is, election fraud is not like financial fraud. It's not like banking fraud. It's not like contract fraud. It's election fraud. What does it usually mean? It means somehow a ballot or a vote has been injected into the system, or a registration has been injected into the system that is not legal. It doesn't meet the legal requirements of the law. In addition, when voter, officials, the election officials decide to certify a vote, the certification process itself means that the election was accurate, that the total that you're reporting is the correct total, but it also means that it's compliant with the law. Well, we're spotting millions of variances from the law. How can they possibly claim, under penalty of perjury, by the way, how can they possibly claim that the election is certifiable? And so we've gone through this quite extensively, had dozens of lawyers helping us and paralegals. We've got, data analytics people looking at the data. We've got just normal election experience people. And then we've got some, very brave volunteers that are willing to go knock on doors or make presentations to town boards and whatnot about the need to comply with the law. And so what we're doing basically is really simple. We're suing the states that we have data in. We're suing the state about their misconduct. It's misconduct, by the way, under Coy, Henry Coy, 1888. The Supreme Court decides that election officials have an affirmative duty. If you've ever heard the words affirmative duty under the law, it comes from Coy. And the process means that an election official, by taking the job, has agreed basically, at least on an implied assent, that they will know the law, they'll know the rules, they will conduct the election against the rules, and that when they certify the election, they know that the election was conducted according to the rules. And we would argue there's probably not a state in the country that within at least the error limits of HAVA have performed against the allowed error rate, which is quite small, by the way. It's 0.0008%, which is
Harry,
very
did
small.
you
But
did you know about this before 2020? What you're saying, when people really listen to what you're saying, is very serious. We have election corruption in pretty much every state in the United States of America. How did you even find out about this before 2020? Obviously, my eyes were woken up because of Trump and Mike Lindell and Carrie Lake and all of these people, but how did you know about election corruption?
well, to tell you the truth, I didn't. I happened to have election experience from when I was quite a young man in St. Louis County, Missouri, actually. I helped a guy by the name of Paul DiGregorio with a bunch of casual consulting, a little bit more than that. He'd call me regularly for help trying to figure out how to redo the St. Louis County system. And even then, I had a lot of operational experience. And then later on, I started a software company and we're doing bank item processing. And when when Bush v. Gore comes up in the year 2000, I had occasion to talk to him a number of times, and and they were considering the use of scanning equipment. The largest user of scanning equipment at the time were banks, and we were doing software for banks. We had 19 of the top 25 banks in the country were our customers at that time. It was a workflow automation product, but it's very similar. It's funny, check processing in many ways is very similar to processing ballots. You're having to keep control of them. You want to make sure you get the data accurate, these types of things. So a lot of what ends up in Java essentially is a normalized version of a bank operating manual. And so I contributed that back in 2000, the period between 2000 and 2002. And then from that point forward, I had nothing to do with elections until 2020. The reason for that is simple. I had other work to do. I was an entrepreneur. I was traveling around the country and the world, and it didn't seem terribly important. But I get back to the United States in 2018, and I immediately I had some medical issues and other issues I had to take care of, and there were some other government-related issues, but we won't get into that here. But the fact of the matter is, I spent 2018, 2019 recovering from some surgery I had, and then in 2019, at the end of 2019, the COVID hit, and for a variety of reasons, I was generally familiar with the statistical processes that medical doctors and scientists go through to try to approve vaccines and determine whether medicines or vaccines are effective. And I got involved with a bunch of stuff regarding COVID. Um, some of the people that were involved in that, were familiar to Steve Bannon and the War Room, Jack Maxey and these guys. I was giving them advice when I had also gotten to know several of the principal lawyers during this period of time, because people that became involved with the election mess also were watching the COVID mess, the outright medical fraud being perpetrated on the American people by the NIH is unbelievable. And I'm happy to debate anybody about this at great length, and I've done so. Just to be clear, I've been pretty vocal about this for a long time, but I have a way with math and statistics because I used to work for the NSA, and as a result of that, I had developed some pretty good expertise in identifying patterns and whatnot. And so we immediately saw, patterns in the vote that didn't make sense. Doesn't mean it proved anything; it just didn't make sense. So a couple of people, Wilson Powell, Sidney's son, and Andrew Giuliani, Rudy's son, knew me through another party. I had talked to the two of them before the election because they knew problems were on the horizon, and then they asked me, along with some others, to come up to Washington D.C. to help provide election consulting and statistical / cybersecurity consulting, which is basically what I did for the NSA. Was cybersecurity and network analysis, these types of things. So the fact is, what I get into immediately is, I tried to help Sydney and Rudy, but I'm more of a very strict fact-based guy. I like to look at numbers. I like to look at what they tell me, and I like to, rule out all the other alternatives. Everybody was really, kind of frantic about 2020, as I was too, just to be clear. But, I worked a lot of 20-hour days in a row, went to Washington, D.C. immediately following the election, stayed there until the end of December, and entered testimony for the Amistad project, which was being run by Phil Klein because of both my election experience and my technical experience with cybersecurity. So what we found,
say that. Wait, hold on. So you're saying that Congress has had hearings? Who held those hearings on election corruption?
No. This is Phil Klein's Amistad project. He's one of the lawyers. You've got Sydney, you've got Rudy, you've got Phil Klein, Garland Favorito, many others, the Cardall and Marmon, that filed many of the challenges. Kurt Olson was involved. Of course, Lindell becomes involved, not as a lawyer, but as somebody that's coordinating a lot of the legal effort. And so basically what happens is I spend 2 months, pretty much 20/7 by 8 weeks. And, we had a lot of stuff. I submitted testimony that was in Phil Klein's Supreme Court filing to try to challenge the election outcome. Now, I happen to know from my experience with Bush v. Gore that the right way to approach it when it's a complicated issue and you don't have materiality, that the judges aren't going to listen to you if you're trying to challenge the outcome, but they will allow challenges on misconduct. And so,
okay, why have all approximately 60 cases failed? Because,
well, actually not all 60 did. I mean, there haven't been many that have reached success, but Garland's had a lot of success recently. There are other cases, state level cases in Wisconsin were quite successful, and the others were basically ruled out on standing. So you have to understand there's basically, and this isn't legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just telling you the law as I understand it. So if somebody disagrees with me, I'm glad to talk about it. But the fact is, you see 3 principal areas under the law. You see challenges of the legality of process or procedures, policy, or law at the state level or the federal level, either against the federal law or the Constitution. And so you can challenge the legality of the law. Those lawsuits take a long time. It's usually not considered an emergency. There are exceptions to that, but it's usually not. but they tend to take a long time. There's the second way is challenging the outcome. This starts an administrative process, under the Board of Elections in every state. And so when people were suing to overturn the election or to freeze the certification, they were kind of going outside of that process. Now, was it an emergency? Did it warrant that kind of special consideration? In my opinion, yes, but I don't make these decisions. The courts did. But the primary reason they lost standing was that some of the filings were after the administrative period for filing objections, and some of the filings weren't by people that were considered to have natural jurisdiction. And for that reason, they lost, even Ken Paxton's suit from Texas loses on standing, but it's got the right citations of legal variances in it, but it was mostly oriented towards saying you can't certify Biden. You have to, you have to challenge or investigate or whatnot. We're not getting any, cooperation to speak of from the FBI during this period of time and the Justice Department. If anything, they're dragging their feet and trying to silence the Trump, supporters from objecting to the outcomes. Then you have the whole J6 mess and everything that ensues afterward. But that's not where we're focused. We're focused on the last piece. The third type of challenge is, did somebody do something wrong? There's some significant differences with election misconduct. The law is very well defined. So we're not building new legal theory. The first type of case, or even the second case, is often based on some sort of relatively new theory. We're using guidance from the DOJ itself, the 8th edition, 2017 of the DOJ guidance on the prosecution of election offenses. This is critically important because we're using law that can be applied to one malicious incident. We're not trying to convict a million people of something. We're trying to say that election officials running an invalid election and then certifying it under law as a certification under the threat of perjury. I mean, certifying an election, certifying results, counting something that shouldn't have been counted. It's all spelled out in the election prosecution manual, is election fraud. That's what it is by definition. So this is a type of misconduct. In this case, we think the most egregious misconduct were the election officials that allowed this certification to occur without figuring out why their vote-to-voter discrepancy was so large. They basically, it's like filling out an IRS tax form and signing it under penalty of perjury that it's accurate, and then you find out that you didn't, you didn't bother to look at some form that you'd gotten in the mail, and the IRS examiner comes to your door, or a treasury examiner, whatever, says, what about this $120,000 variance on your income tax statement? And you say, it's nothing. I just forgot to add it. I'm going to, now that you raise the issue, I'm going to submit a revised statement. They're not going to let you get away with that. You're going to at least get slapped with fines. And if they decide it was intentful on your part, they're going to sanction you criminally. So it's the same kind of thing. Election misconduct is actual legal misconduct, and people should be being sanctioned for it. Now, how serious was it? How intentful was it? Was it just ignorance? I come back to the poor African American woman that's being interviewed. That's an election, I don't remember if she was a judge or commissioner or whatnot, but the plaintiff's lawyers questioning her, and she says, well, I just never knew that was the law. Well, the problem in Coy that all our election officials need to be aware of is that ignorance of the law is no excuse. It's also where that kind of principle comes from, is this 1888 election law determination by the Supreme Court of the United States. So the fact of the matter is, these people are all committing election fraud. Now, should they go to jail? Should they get fined? Should they lose their law licenses if they're lawyers, or their CPA license if they're CPAs? I don't know. I leave that to the court. What I do think probably is, though, that they should resign because they were incompetent in the execution. I'm not saying they're personally incompetent. I'm saying they were not competently executing the election, and they
Wait,
need
can
to
you
be
name
gone.
names? Will you be specific? Who are the top 5 people that should resign now? Resign now before we, the people, will make you resign. Who? Who are they? Give me
I won't
5.
name names, but I believe every
Oh,
single election official that was, you're going to see the names basically in our lawsuit. So you've already got some
okay.
in Maryland. We're
So
going after the
Maryland,
top actors, by the way. It's almost always one of two people. The head of the state board of elections, that may be 2 people, a Republican and Democrat, maybe 1 person, or it's the Secretary of State of most states. Now, there may be other
I'd say
people
number
involved
1,
too.
the Secretary of State of Michigan needs to resign. Why am I bold enough to say that? I love Sheriff Darleaf. Is it up to the sheriffs to actually ask these people to resign? Who is the police authority involved in this?
Well, right now, the DOJ hasn't investigated any of this stuff at the state level at all. So,
I
you
mean,
know,
that is so shocking. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm telling you, I'm in Washington, D.C., Harry, since 2021. There's been no hearings in Congress about election corruption. Why is that?
we can all assume that everybody in Washington D.C. at some level, not everyone, I shouldn't say that. It's too general of a statement, but the first principle that I would start with is, who is it that has hearings? People that were elected by the current system. Just to be clear, there's a conflict of what would be called a natural conflict of interest. The people that are supposed to be having hearings got elected by the system that they would be attacking. This is unsettling at some level to everyone.
I
And
mean, I
then you
have to
have
say
this
this on record.
massive,
I asked Marjorie Taylor Greene about a week ago in Congress. I said, why are you holding no hearings on election corruption? And she told me it's not a federal issue. And I was like, okay, I don't want to be banned from her meetings. I don't want to get thrown off her press lists. But no one is holding any hearings. No Congress people are holding hearings on election corruption
well,
when
we're
it's
going to
right.
hold hearings in federal courts all over the country.
But
So
what
there's
if,
going to
okay,
be
what
hearings.
if the federal court doesn't accept your case? What if Maryland gets thrown out? What do you do then? Maryland, as you see with the Baltimore Bridge nightmare, Maryland's corrupt. What if they just throw your case out and ignore you?
Well, they may, but we're going to sue in many states, and we assume that we're going to get some. There's basically 2 processes that can occur. One is a circuit that we filed in finds in our in our favor, and another circuit does not. Another appellate circuit does not. Automatically, we can move for a reconciliation or resolution between the appellate circuits as to what the law of the land is. The only place that can be resolved can't be resolved at the appellate level. It has to be resolved in the Supreme Court. So our goal is to get to the Supreme Court before 2024, and that's a very aggressive
Why
goal.
has
But
Loy Brunson not gotten to the Supreme Court? Can you just bottom line me here? Why has the
it
Brunson
wasn't
case?
a well-written complaint, in all
Thank you.
frankness.
Thank you for being honest because I've been with him across America and he's
I
raised a
like him.
lot.
He's a patriot. I love to listen to him, but the complaint wasn't aligned with the legal framework properly, and they don't like pro se litigants anyway. Just to be clear, you know, it's just like when I give my opinion, I'm always careful to clarify that I'm not a lawyer because I don't want anybody accusing me of making, you know, a legal decision. I'm not making legal decisions. I'm basing this on my expert, you know, experience with elections and
What's the truth
and
about
what
Dominion?
lawyers have told
What's the truth about Dominion? Everybody wants to know.
me. Well, I would refer you to David Clemens, my friend, that is focused almost exclusively on the machine issue. But I will say this from a general background standpoint, which I am a cybersecurity guy. There are a lot of things that were done wrong with regard to equipment. And this isn't just Dominion. This is ESNS and Hart Civic and Smartmatic and everybody else in the play. And it's the poll books are the same as the as the machines that are supposed to be doing the tabulation. There are very strict rules about how this is supposed to be done on a national level. There's certification requirements under HAVA. And the federal standards for security becomes involved when Obama declares election systems to be critical national infrastructure. There's some games being played by the bureaucracy between that declaration and the decision that it's actually got final effect. But actually, the executive order doesn't contemplate an infinite delay. The fact is, it's the law of the land. That brings in the Federal Information Security Modernization Act, of which I'm very familiar in the risk management framework. And none of the states have met the FISMA requirements. So until you can show me, maybe somebody has some, but I haven't seen them. And they certainly haven't come up in any of the research that we've done. There's no certification against FISMA. There's no risk management framework analysis. The analytics required are extensive. And these machines should be being certified not only against HAVA and CISA rules, but against FISMA rules because of the law. When election infrastructure is declared critical national infrastructure, it changes all the rules. And so, were they applicable in 2020? I would argue yes. Lawyers might argue no. They were certainly applicable in 2022, and nobody had any FISMA assessments even then. And I would argue very strongly that they were applicable in 2020 based on the way the federal standard system works, not on the way that CISA wanted to delay it. And then we have delays in certifications, waivers for the machines being written by CISA. There's no clear indication of federal authority to provide such waivers. At least I haven't seen it. And we did the research on where the waivers were coming from. You couldn't get any explanation of the legal basis of them from anybody. So, and then you have other issues with regard to not following policy and procedure for state, election operations. You've got critical national infrastructure that's exposed to any normal person. When you go into a bank, do you get to go back to the mainframe room and walk around the mainframes? No, you don't. But somehow with elections, it's okay for people that are not even part of the election official team, that it's a subcontractor with one of the vendors walking around with a sack full of thumb drives. What can they do with that? They have the root password on the machines. They can do anything they want. It doesn't meet any common sense rule of security whatsoever. And I can't argue, I can't, I just can't believe that people are accepting the fact that we're treating election infrastructure with less seriousness than banking infrastructure, with less seriousness than DMV infrastructure, with less seriousness than the average corporation's infrastructure. As a small company with 15 employees back in the 1990s, I would have never let anybody into my server room, much less put a Wi-Fi connection directly to the servers. It just wouldn't have happened. But
how does Tina Peters mesh into all of this? Because she's one of my heroes, and she's
well,
about
Tina's
to.
being persecuted by the Colorado state government for having exposed the problems with the operation of the machines. And I'm not saying it was a core problem. I haven't seen the detailed analysis of the Dominion system in that case, but I have talked to cyber forensics people that suggest that there are serious issues with those machines. But she basically took a disk. She didn't tamper with it, as far as I know. She took it home, to put it in safekeeping because she thought there was a crime being committed. And so now they're prosecuting her for the crime that they're claiming she committed. And, we can all pass judgment on whether that's an appropriate thing or not, but she certainly caused an exposure to the basic problem. And it should be no secret to anybody why Colorado might be concerned about their election officials, taking their own copy of the data home with them. But for illegitimate, I mean, I'm talking about an illegitimate action by the state government against her. So hopefully she'll get away from all of that. I have great admiration for her bravery. And sometimes when you stand up and protest something, they do come after you, right? We see this with the J6 prisoners. We see this with the continuing,
Pro-life activists.
struggle sessions for Trump's lawyers that were suggesting alternate elector slates and all of these things. And then the depravity of our DOJ now that goes after people with the objective to bankrupt them, to coerce them into signing, confessions of misconduct when they've been directly threatened with having their children attacked by the DOJ.
And then
I mean,
Jeffrey
it's
Clark is
despicable.
in DC court. They're trying to take his law license. They just
Well, they're
attacked
doing
you.
this to everybody. John Eastman, has been referred for disbarment in California. I hope he's able to appeal it up into the courts. I think they'll be okay in the end. David Clemens has been under attack. He loses his job.
What happened to Lynn Wood? Tell me the truth about Lynn Wood, because that's before my time. What happened to Lynn Wood?
I'm not really super familiar with Lynn Wood. I've
Okay.
talked to him several times in 2020, but I never met him directly. I mean, I
Okay.
did meet a lot of the conservative people, but not Lynn Wood.
Okay, so the reason I am so obsessed with what you're doing is because I am fearless. And if you ever call me and say, hey, Corinne, we need to expose this, we need to expose that, I don't care if anybody sues me. I don't have anything. They can take my flashlight. You know what I mean? So people like
I would
me,
hate for them to take your solar panel that you
they can
just
have
got.
my solar panels. They can have my flashlight. They can have my flowers. I will give this to you if I ever see you. These are my favorite flowers. They smell great. You need people like me that you can speed dial and say, okay, we found this, we found that, because I've got a whole series of independent journalists behind me, and we just make like 25 phone calls and we get the word out. When there's election corruption again, because you know it's going to happen in November 2024, do we bring it to you? Do we bring it to the sheriff? Are you gonna make I mean, like, what's the future? Are you gonna make a statement in September and tell us what to do?
So we're filing these lawsuits. Our lawsuits are angled toward violations of our civil rights. It's clear, from federal law, from federal precedent, that our rights to a free, fair, and honest election are actual rights. It's one of the few rights that's talked about specifically in the Constitution. The other civil rights are all in the amendments, right? So the fact of the matter is that suffrage is a right. And the amendments also talk about who's eligible to vote, what it means when you deny suffrage to people, these types of things. The penalties are quite severe, actually. And so this time, instead of attacking the outcome, we're going to, not that it won't affect the outcome, I'm not saying that. In Bush v. Gore, we established misconduct as present. And then after the materiality is proven by the investigation of the misconduct, the rerunning of the election, basically, with a new set of rules, it becomes obvious that George Bush wins instead of Al Gore. And so this is what we will do as well. We will be trying to get temporary restraining orders and injunctions, permanent injunctions eventually, against misconduct, certain types of misconduct that can clearly be identified. The failure to keep auditable items, the failure to make auditable items available for audit. These things are all completely obvious in terms of misconduct in the elections. The inability to reconcile the voter list to the votes cast. In totals, I'm not talking about, we're not destroying anonymity. We're talking about whether or not all the chain of custody documents are intact, all the reconciliations between How many voters did you come through the door, or mail-in ballots did you have come through the door, or are those properly recorded against the voter before the anonymous decoupling occurs between the voter and the ballot? And then, is the tally correct? Simple as that. So you look at these things, you look at whether they're following the rules and procedures on the one side of the ledger, on the other side of the ledger, are they maintaining all the auditable items? We know that they weren't doing it in 2020 or 2022. I mean, some states, the Secretary of State ordered the destruction of auditable items. That wasn't a permissive thing that they had the right or authority to do. Now, they would argue that they did. It needs to be adjudicated. It needs to be investigated and adjudicated. But on the face of it, the black letter law says you'll keep all auditable items. Well, it seems to me that the cast vote record and the image cast records are auditable items. They're subject to audit. They're capable of being audited. Therefore, they're an auditable item, and they should have been preserved. They were destroyed in Michigan in 2020. Other things, we see violations of signature verification laws in Georgia and Maricopa in Pennsylvania. These are laws. Now, there's an issue under the law with regard to outcome. I mean, how many votes were they? Did it alter the outcome? The measure for the Supreme Court so far has been quite generous to the fraudsters, right? And I'm talking about election fraud, not financial fraud. So the people committing election fraud get away with it unless the opponent, the plaintiff, can prove materiality. But you know what? I can still put them in jail and get them fined for committing a few hundred election frauds. So in Pennsylvania in 2020, it was a fraud for the governor to approve and the Secretary of State to approve all those ballots without signature verification. It was election fraud, and they should have been put in jail. They should have been kicked out of office, but that wasn't the way that they attacked the issue. Our purpose isn't to put people in jail. Our purpose is to get fair, open, and honest elections. But our process is going to put people on notice that if they don't give us a fair, open, and honest election in 2020, we're going to come after them. We're going to sue them. We're going to try to stop them under 1983 and 1988 actions because they're civil rights violations. We can get our legal bills paid for by the federal government, and we can get penalties against individuals that violated our civil rights. None of this has been pursued in 2020 or 2022. There have been a few cases filed in 2022, and actually a couple filed in 2020, but unfortunately, they were wrapped in all sorts of other mischief, and so they got dismissed. And most of them were filed pro se, which technically a qui tam, if you're going to file one, needs to be filed by a lawyer. So it's a problem in federal court. Although there is an exception for legal representation of individuals that have their civil rights violated. If they had attacked it as a civil rights violation, they might have had a determination of standing. But we're going to have election officials that are on our side. We're going to have candidates that won that are on our side, candidates that lost that are on our side. We intend to stop this nonsense by whatever means we can. And obviously we're on podcasts like this to try to get, our message out that there's a serious problem. It needs to be taken seriously. I can't think of anything worse than allowing a system to continue as it's been doing, that you don't have proof that it's valid. When you win, you're all fine. You look the other way. No, that's not okay either. The fact is that nobody knows who won in 2020. Nobody knows most of who won in 2022 because the elections are invalid. There are millions of voters that are registered that shouldn't have been registered, millions of votes that were counted that shouldn't have been counted. And so please listen, be warned that we're setting the predicate across the country to get to the Supreme Court and focus on these issues, the specific issues of, are all the pieces, the voters, the votes, the counting, are they all compliant? Is there chain of custody with all the paper flow, or the auditable items being preserved, and was the whole thing conducted again, by law? And if it's not conducted by law, unlike the lawsuits filed in 2020, we will file civil rights complaints. We'll file
Now, do
241 and
you have
242 complaints.
okay, 241 and 242? Do you have someone like Patrick Byrne funding you? How are you going to pay for all these lawyers? How do people donate to you? What do they
Well,
do?
fortunately, we have some very brave lawyers that are giving us their time. We have others that are, since these are being filed under civil rights litigation, we have some that are coming to the table. We have hired a few, but we have others coming to the table, under a 1988 filing, which means that they'll get their legal fees paid by the government. So one of the first things they do will be attempt to get it certified as a civil rights case, eligible for reimbursement. Interesting thing about civil rights law, if the federal judge certifies it for such, you can actually get your legal fees back even when you lose. So this, if they spend millions of dollars of time, I'm fine if the state board of elections have to pay for it. The fact is that, the direct recovery under 1983 actions ought to be out there too, which is, the fact is that they denied us a fair and open and honest election. At least half of the donors were disenfranchised of their money. Forget the vote. They thought they were investing in a fair and honest election, and they were investing in election fraud that went against their position. They
Now
have
listen, is
arguably
anyone
very large
is is
damages.
anyone
Go ahead.
threatening to kill you? Are you having your brakes fail? Are you scared of getting murdered? Because what I like about you and your group and Marley and everyone is that it's not just you. You have patriots. You have American patriots in every state willing to stand up and do this work. So if they try to get rid of you, there are 20 more of you. What's the truth? Is anyone trying to threaten you or harass you?
I haven't gotten death threats yet, but I'm sure that eventually I will. The fact of the matter is, our strength is not Marley and I. Our strength is our tens of thousands of volunteers, and it's tens of thousands. And we have excellent state directors. We have great people helping us with, the administration and whatnot. We're a startup. We didn't exist a year ago. So or we just barely existed a year ago, I should say. We existed as an idea. Um, and basically, these people will carry on without us. Our legal teams are fully geared up to fight the fight. They're going to fight the fight, whether we're here or not. And so there's not a single target. There's tens of thousands of targets, and we intend. And by the way, we're not being funded by any ultra rich people right now. If they want to step up, we're more than willing to take their money. But we've spent years of time perfecting this election strategy. Basically working on it since 2020, and we're not going to compromise. I mean, we'll compromise to the degree that we have to compromise with legal, experts that can render legal opinions. But we basically are going after the fact that it's a civil right in the United States to have a fair election and have to have your vote count properly against the right number of other voters that are in the mix. And this simply isn't happening right now. And there's still people fighting all over the place. You named Jeff Clark in D.C. with the disbarment, John Eastman. My friend David Clemens is going all over the country trying to fight the machines, and he's better able to talk about the specific findings with the machines than I am, even though I know the cybersecurity situation around the machines is pathetic. People don't understand this. You can have an ultra secure machine, but if it's out in the open and accessible with a post-it note on the screen telling you what the username and password is, it's not secure. it isn't just the machine, it's the way it's used, the way it's protected, the procedures and policy and training around the people. And I will guarantee you, based on the testimony I've seen directly from people and the things that I've read, that even the training is not even close to adequate to protect these machines from tampering. And then we can get into the whole mess with, are they connected to China? Are they connected to Serbia? Are they connected to the Ukraine? I mean, there's all sorts of evidence
What are
of,
they connected to, Harry?
unfortunately, they're
They're
connected to
Geneva,
the,
Switzerland.
yeah, they're connected everywhere. You see traces, but you've got to be careful about that. You don't misinterpret the PCAP traces, even if you have legitimate ones or ones that are testing the open sockets or circuit connect HTTP sessions on a server. I mean, they could come from Geneva, but that could just be some hacker trying to probe it. It doesn't mean they're inside of the machine. This is what I talk about. If we're going to go to war about who did what wrong and try to put people in the accountability line, we need to know our facts like they need to be, used in court. We can't, there's a lot of yellers and screamers out there and people have accused me of being a yeller and screamer. Actually, the reason you should be afraid is I'm not a yeller and screamer. I
Well,
look at data
yeah.
and I look at evidence and I look at the law and I get people that know the law. You get people that are more expert at certain areas than I am, and I talk to them, and then we assemble and synthesize a structural approach that leverages what we know for a fact. And we know a lot for a fact. I mean, I'll give you an example. Sidney Powell has 3,500 some odd affidavits at the time I'm working with her in 2020 of election misconduct around the country. Not enough to make a blip of a difference in terms of whether or not the election was stolen. What it was evidence of election misconduct. And that each one of those should have been investigated as a potential crime. Now, some of them were yellers and screamers. They really didn't know what they were looking at. They didn't describe it appropriately. They weren't taking evidence like the color of the car and the license plate number. They were upset. They knew something was wrong, but they couldn't articulate it in a way that was sound evidence. So some of those would have been dismissed. I have no, question that would have happened if it had gone to court. But the fact is, some of them were real. Some of them were from credible witnesses, even election officials, election judges signing affidavit after affidavit after affidavit. Somebody should have been sanctioned for that behavior. It was election misconduct. It was a denial of rights under the law, under what they call color of law. That's when an election official asserts a privilege or an authority that they don't have, like putting up the poster board to cover the windows at the TCF Center in 2020, as an example, or the delivery of ballot boxes into a counting center, at 2 a.m. in the morning at the same location, or the Fulton County situation where people are scanning ballots after they've sent everybody home. Most election procedures say when you shut off the system, you're supposed to lock everything up. Those people never left their room. So the fact of them that might not be true because I didn't look at the continuous footage for 8 hours, but the fact of the matter is they were all pre-positioned. The employees were there. They just sent all the election judges home. That's illegal. It's not
So there
proper.
is election corruption 100%. And look how you explain this to us. I want you to come back on as much as you have time for to explain each state and anything that's about to happen, because we're about to go through 6 months plus of this. And I want to be on the top line of this because this is the most important issue facing our country today. So thank you, Harry. Do you have any website you want to promote?
Yes, Unite, the number 4, freedom. So uniteforfreedom.com. Again, just remember 4 is the number 4, uniteforfreedom.com.
uniteforfreedom.com. Unite for
And any
freedom.
mega donors out there that want to write us a big check, we're willing. but
I will
but
find
we
you
are going to execute our program. That's what
I
we're
will find
planning.
you a mega donor, but they're probably going to have to be top secret off record because no one wants to get sued, Harry. No one wants to get sued.
Well, fortunately, for a variety of reasons, I'm judgment proof, so they can sue me all they want. But
Yes, I agree.
anyway,
Okay, well, please come back and keep in touch with me, and I appreciate your time. There is
you're welcome,
election
Corinne.
corruption, 100%.
Right.
Thank you,
Nice to
Harry.
talk to you again. Bye-bye.
God bless you. Peace. Thank you. I want to bring in someone that I met this summer in Lake Havasu who is a specialist in the U.S. Constitution. Did I do this right? Oh my gosh, Randy Miller is here. How are you, Randy? Thank
I'm
you
good.
for waiting.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It was nice to listen a little bit of the interview you had going on.
Harry Hari, the man who we were just talking to, is probably the #1 in election corruption right now in the United States of America. And they started suing in the state of Maryland. And they're going to do all the different states. So I want to give you full access to talk about whatever you want to talk about, uncensored, because you are one of the most knowledgeable men alive on planet Earth with respect to the U.S. Constitution. So I want to talk about the U.S. Constitution, and I want to talk about the sheriffs and anything you want to talk about. So what's the most important thing to talk about? We have like 45 minutes. What do we want to talk about? Go for it.
Okay. Well, first of all, it's very important that people read the Constitution. I get frustrated when I hear some opponents say, well, you got to be an attorney to, and that's not true. Attorneys aren't really trained on the Constitution. They don't study it. They study stare decisis, case law. They'll take portions of the Constitution and say, okay, now what does the court say about this? What's the precedence on this? And I'm a textualist. And I believe in the Constitution as it was written. I believe in the founding fathers' intent of the Constitution as they state in the Federalist Papers. And that is what it is, and the basic understanding of who we are as a country. That gets lost with too many people. What gets lost is the fact that the states created the federal government during the convention to do certain things for the states so we live in harmony, not to run our lives, not to dictate to the states. And if you look at the breakdown of the Constitution, the first three articles are the development of the country, the government. Article 1 is the legislature, Article 2 is the executive, Article 3 are the courts. Very specific. The wall of separation is assigning specific duties to each branch that the other branch does not have. The checks and balances is supposed to be that each branch will keep the check on the other branch when they get out of line, not doing what they're supposed to do or exceeding an authority that they don't have, which is just about everything. And that doesn't happen. So when you read the Constitution, if you understand that the legislature under Article 1, Section 8 has specific duties that they're to do. That's it. And please read Federalist 41, 42, and 43 by Madison, where he explains powers conveyed. That's all they have. And in Federalist 46, when they're talking about, and I'm just giving an overview, if we get to a point where the states and the federal government are battling among themselves, who's taking over, who's doing more than they should be, and it doesn't get resolved, he's talking about how, one of the opponents to the Constitution not having a balance there or an authority to intercede, Madison says that the people, the gentleman, needs to be reminded that the people are the ultimate authority over the governments. It's always the people, because the people created government, and that's outlined in the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence, that to preserve these rights or to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. We created these people. We created their operation and their function, and they do not follow anything that they're supposed to do.
Can I just intervene here for 1 second? Will you tell me the truth about this topic, which is a hot topic? Because I'm going to have a very serious J6er on after you. He's facing, what, 20 years in federal prison? Does the FBI have the legal right to arrest the J6 political prisoners the way they're doing it?
Well, I'm going to ask a question to the audience. Go through the Constitution under Article 1 and Article 2 and show me anywhere where police powers were ever granted to the federal government. Show me where the FBI, Homeland Security, any of these organizations, Department of Education, Department of Transportation, oh my gosh, National Forest Service, National Parks, show me where any of these are an authority granted to the federal government. It's not. If you look at who's to enforce the laws of the United States, it's supposed to be under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15, the militia clauses. There's two of them, Article 1, Section 8, 15, and 16. It says Congress shall have the power or shall call forth the militia to do three things. One, to enforce the laws of the nation, the union. Who enforces the laws? If there's a law being violated, a specific law, like let's say coin and money, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 5. Congress shall coin money, determine the value thereof in a system of weights and measures. Well, if someone's counterfeiting that under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 6, Congress should call up the militia to say, hey, you need to enforce that. That is the problem that we have. They just created under the Hoover Institute, the FBI. Why did it take 200 years to create the FBI if they had this authority years ago? They don't have it. They created these things as a way to circumvent the power of the states and control the states. So no, they do not have the authority, to make a short answer out of it. They do not. And they didn't have the authority. This is all follow number one, the Patriot Act, which is unconstitutional, created by the Republicans. And I'm nonpartisan. The Constitution does not say anything about parties. Not one time in there is going to say party that does this or that. They're not included. It's we the people. And this, so I'm not speaking Republican, Democrat. I'm speaking to the American people. We need to take our country back. As a society, they're dividing us. Stop it. I don't see anybody by color, where nationality. I see Americans when they're here, but I'd see them as legal Americans that have come here properly. So to enforce it, no, they do not. The Patriot Act is an abomination created as a way to circumvent Article 1, Section 9, prohibitions on the federal government. They are not to do anything that suspends habeas corpus, which is bring the body to court. Many of these people have been in custody for 6 months, 8 months, and never even been in court. That's imprisonment.
Years. Yeah.
And years, exactly. And for what? And now we're seeing that it was a fraud committed by the Pelosi regime. These crooked people, the dinosaurs that seem to think they're going to just go down in history as the government and not our government. It's criminal. These people their rights are being violated. Their civil rights are being violated. Their civil liberties are being violated. Their protected rights under the Constitution have been shredded. And where are our legislators in Congress or the states standing up and saying, enough, this should never have happened?
Where are they?
Exactly.
Where are they? I'm in DC waiting for them to do something, and they're not doing anything. And listen, now we have 7. Well, we had about 10 pro-life activists, but they've been moved around. Now we have 7 pro-life activists who were taken from the courtroom, okay, in U.S. federal court in August and September. 4 are women. They're thrown in the Alexandria, Virginia jail, and 3 are men. They're just sitting in the jail, pretty much in solitary confinement for like 23 hours a day. They're just sitting there waiting until they get sentenced which is unheard of. You can't just take people from the courtroom and throw them into a jail awaiting to be sentenced. Their sentencing is not even until the end of May, and they're getting sentenced for conspiracy.
For what?
Exactly. You
Conspiracy.
tell
What
me.
they pro-life?
Exactly.
What did they do?
So they went to the Washington, D.C. abortion clinic in this is crazy, in October of 2022, and they did their protest, what they normally do, and they tried to stop people from having abortions. But this particular time, they found fetuses, aborted fetuses, and these fetuses, they believed looked like they were done late term abortion. And so this group brought them to the FBI, and the FBI under the Biden regime ends up arresting these people and not the actual abortion clinic that was doing late term abortions. And so it's a very serious issue. But the conspiracy charge is what people are telling me when they call me collect from federal prison is that the conspiracy charge is what they're doing everywhere. So I have another group of people who are in Las Vegas, Nevada. And this is a very interesting case because Joey Gilbert is one of the lawyers on this case. Okay, a gentleman who does not like abortion was climbing a building, and then his two friends who are also pro-life activists, just were filming him, and they all got arrested and thrown in jail, and now they're being charged with conspiracy, which is 10 years. So the federal government is using this charge of conspiracy. How do you feel about that?
Well, it's not an authority that they have. They have no police power within the states. The states control their own laws within the state boundaries.
That is so huge. Sorry to interrupt you, but why is there no sheriff except Sheriff Darleaf enforcing this? Where are the sheriffs, Randy?
Well, that's a separate subject. They must be involved. The problem is many sheriffs, not all. There are some good sheriffs that stand up, but they believe the federal government has the authority to come in and police these things. What you're talking about is there's a federal law that prohibits any citizen or any person from interfering with anybody going into an abortion clinic in a state.
That's called the FACE Act. That's 1 year.
Yeah.
They're getting charged with conspiracy, which is 10 years, which is going to give them 11 years in federal prison. And these are Christian people.
Well, this is nothing but political persecution. This is communist China. This is communism coming in and bullying citizens of a state in order to affect their power and authority over them, which has to stop. It's illegal. The state legislators are the ones who are supposed to intercede on the. Here's the thing. Government was created to protect individual rights. That's in our state constitutions. The state constitutions is the source of authority for the state. We don't get our authority from the U.S. Constitution as a state. We get it from our state constitutions because we are independent, sovereign nations. Each state is an independent, sovereign nation with their borders clearly defined. In Arizona, it's under Article 1, and under Article 4, I think it's Section 2, or the Congress shall develop a system to admit new states into the Union. They did that. It's called the Enabling Act. When the territory, like when Arizona or Texas or what other territory at the time wanted to become a state, they have their own constitutional convention, set up their constitutions, submit it to Congress. Congress approves it, ratifies it, and in that territory, as the people vote to enter the contract, the Constitution of the United States, they become a state. And all that property and all that land within the boundaries as defined in their Constitution that belongs to that state is supposed to be disposed of in a timely manner. That's what the Enabling Act says. It disposed in a timely manner to the state. So all that governing was within the state. All the federal government is to do is what is outlined in Article 1, Section 8. 17 clauses. The 18th clause is an administrative clause. basically the necessary and proper. That's just saying that, hey, we gave you these authorities and we realize that it is necessary for you to make a law that is necessary to affect the power we gave you, and proper to put it into place. So we gave them the power to coin money. Federal Reserve's illegal. It's no more federal than FedEx. It should be abandoned. In fact, Andrew Jackson vetoed the extension of the Federal Reserve in 1831, somewhere around there, because it was unconstitutional. Read his papers on the vetoing of the Federal Reserve. It's quite fascinating. I posted something on my Facebook page today about that. So, but they had there so they can make laws for coin and money. That's it. They can make laws for post offices, post roads. They can
Wait,
make
so
laws
how did the Federal Reserve get back on track? How did they take over in like 1913? How did they, if they got vetoed, how did they come back around?
because they're persistent. The Rothschilds and all these people, they're persistent. They started the banking system in the early 1800s and continued and persisted. And people in Congress who don't study the Constitution or don't care about it, they get the benefits from the banking system, and then they take over. Our financial independence and our financial liberty is strictly controlled by the Federal Reserve. The banks should be held within each independent state. They're controlling everything, your interest rates, your system, the loaning of money, the printing of money. It's a violation of just about everything that we can think of in our financial liberty and in the Constitution. Andrew Jackson specifically said, he can't find any justification they came up with that would make it compatible with the Constitution. It's not. So, but that gets down to policing. The only thing that Congress can make laws for is specifically outlined for them in Article 1, Section 8. Please read it. If it's not there, they don't have the authority to do it. And the courts have been so creative in manufacturing interpretations to fit an agenda or to fit what Congress has already done and has been challenged and don't want to backpedal on it. So they manufacture some interpretation. Immigration is a perfect example of that. Immigration was never granted as an authority to the federal government. All they have is under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4, Congress shall establish a standardized system of naturalization, how to become a citizen, period. So when the states allow, how can you be an independent sovereign state if you don't control your borders? You're not. It's completely contradictory to the idea, the belief, and the concept of an independent sovereignty. So we have to get back to the Constitution. The people and the states need to stand up. Governor Abbott makes at least an appearance that he's trying to do something, but that's pretty much all it amounts to. He's got a half mile of the border that he's protecting and showing it online. Well, he's got how many thousands of miles of border? What's a half mile going to do? Nothing. And then we saw the video the other day with, I'm sorry, I'm rambling, but you said I could talk about anything. The National Guard is down there, and they got 300 of these illegals bum rushing them, and they stand around like they don't know what they're doing. Well, for one thing, the National Guard is a whole nother issue. I'm not happy with how this is coming down. That came under the 1904 Dick Act, and it's contradictory to the.
Was it really called Dick Act, or are you making that up?
No, Dick Act. Yeah,
That's
look it
good.
up. Yeah, the guy's name was Dick. That came up with it or something. Last name.
So the National Guard is unconstitutional?
Well, you read Article 1, Section 10. It says the state shall not maintain an army or navy during time of peace. So they're not supposed to maintain it. So they kind of went around that by, we'll just nationalize them and they'll just be on standby for calling up if they need to, because they can't, under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15, the militias can only be called up for three things, remember? Enforce the laws of the Union, suppress insurrection, and repel invasions. So the militia is not called up to defend the country in foreign wars. And they didn't have, they must have known that they were approaching global war for World War I several years later. So they had to increase their manpower. So they said, well, let's put them on standby, have a reserve force each state will have. And the president and the Congress will be able to call them up when they need them. But they're a military force. The military has no authority within the boundaries of a state. And that's under Arizona's Constitution under Article 2. I don't remember exactly what section. I think it's 20, 22, maybe I'll have to check. But it says that the military shall be in strict subordination to civil power. So, because they have no authority within the state. Who suppresses insurrections? The militias. Who's the militias? The people. Who is the one that repels invasions? The people, the militia. Who has the authority to protect the state from this nonsense coming across the border? The people, the state. Who is creating treason under Article 3, Section 3? The federal government, including the Border Patrol agents who are assisting and letting this happen to the very country that they themselves live in. Giving aid or comfort or adhering to their cause is the definition of treason. Aiding and abetting, giving aid or comfort or adhering to their cause. All three is going on right now. We are witnessing social, economic, and cultural genocide of this country and our states.
So what do we do? What do we do? What's the solution? Because I don't really see people organizing in their counties. I mean, Hari was just on here and he has a lot of people behind him, but what do we do? What's the resolution?
Well, I was just talking to a friend of mine in Texas. She lives in the county, and last year they wrote a resolution that made them a non-sanctuary county and condemned this invasion at the border, and several other counties have since done that. There's a sheriff down there, and I have to get his name. I apologize, there's so much going on, who actually was involved in, I believe it was a vehicle pursuit, caught the vehicle, had several illegals in the vehicle. He was loading them up in his car. The Border Patrol came out and said, well, we'll take care of this. And he said, no, I got this. And he himself drove them all the way back to the border and threw them off to the other side. Said, no, you have no right to be here. That's what we should be doing right there. But it takes an army of people. What I recommended for Arizona, and for those that are listening here in other states, I've been working with trying to work with our legislators. They're a pretty large, inept group of individuals, but I've been trying to work with them. And I suggested 7 years ago, maybe, that we need to have a border posse controlled under the sheriffs. So if you're listening, start doing this. Contact your sheriff, contact your legislatures and say, we want a border posse. Because in Arizona and many other states, Texas included, you have the sheriff can have any number of posse members that he needs to keep the peace. So the county sheriffs are funded through the county board of supervisors. That needs to stop a little bit. They got to have some additional funding. So my suggestion was the state needs to establish a border posse under the command and control of the sheriffs. So they're trained and organized and there's some structure there. We don't want a bunch of people just taking the border. And it should be funded by the state legislature to go directly to the sheriff for his border posse. And these border posses, through mutual aid agreements, can assist each other. So in Maricopa County, we're like the fourth largest county in the country. We got 3.5 million people in the county. The sheriff can have a large number of posse members, but he needs funding. He needs command staff. He needs an organizing structure that will assist and call them up and put them on the border. We have 15 counties. Arizona is a big state, but we have very few counties, 15. There needs to be more. So if you have 15 counties, each one, let's say there's 1,000 border posse members in each county, Maricopa maybe 2 or 3. So we got 15 to 18,000 border posse members on a rotational basis on the border, funded through the state legislature. Every year it goes there to fund them with reassessments, and we secure our border. We have the constitutional authority to do that because we control immigration as a state. Federal government does not. The court said that we have determined, this is under Article 4, Section 4, it said, oh, by the way, talking about your elections, it says the United States, that's the states. Article 4 is agreement among the states. We did give some additional authorities or duties to the federal government, admitting new states into the union, that type of thing. But, and if you read Federalist 42, I think it is, by Madison, he'll explain to you that, talking about insurrections, he's talking specifically about insurrections for that clause, Article 3, Section 4. He says, who better to come to the aid of a neighboring state than a neighboring state under that article? Because he was talking about when you have uncontrolled migration into a country, you start to build an imbalance of the citizens versus the people. So the people have no representation. The citizens do. So when you have a mass migration, and this is what they're doing, this is the treason part I'm talking about. So when you have the people starting to outnumber the citizens, unrepresented, now you're setting this up for chaos. And the founding fathers knew this, and that's why they put that section in there that each state shall guarantee each state a Republican form of government, which is representation, and defend each from invasion. Or defend each from invasion. So defend from invasion, what does that mean? That means when it could mean anything like what we have today, but that's calling upon the states. The states shall guarantee each state a Republican form of government. The federal government wasn't given any authority over that except under insurrections. The Congress shall call up the militia during time of insurrection under that clause. So that would be what we're talking about with the militia being called up under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15. There's a lot to take in here, but as long as we keep a balance of understanding what the purpose of the federal government is and the states, what the relationship is, we wouldn't be here today. But we haven't done that.
I mean, in the end, who is going to do this? Who's going to do it? You have to do it in your county, right?
We do. It's local. We will never, at this point, fix the I don't even think it's a swamp. It's a cesspool in Washington. We can fix it through the states. The states are the ones who are supposed to control this federal government. The states enforce the Constitution, and they're not doing it. They are the enforcers of the Constitution because they created the compact, which is a contract. And if they don't enforce the compact that we made among us, we got to understand the federal government was a creation based on the states coming together and saying, hey, I don't want to compete with you in commerce. Texas and New Mexico trying to compete in commerce is not going to work because Texas is bigger. It may get a better contract with France or Germany or whoever it is, and New Mexico won't. So now there's going to be tension, right? Same thing with money. If we all have our own currency, and this is what the colonies had during the time of under the Confederacy, we had, every state had their own currency, and it was fiat currency. How do you determine the value? So we said, this isn't working. We were ready to implode before we became a country under the Constitution, because nobody had a denomination of currency that was worth anything. So they said, let's give that to the federal government. We all operate under the same currency. We all operate under the same immigration laws. So if I am an immigrant in Arizona, and Arizona says, hey, we want to check your pulse, see if you've got a pulse, then you can be a citizen. I moved to Texas. Texas says, no. We want a pulse and see if you can fog up this mirror. So their standards are a little higher. Now they're going to say, you can't have our same privileges and immunities under Article 4 because you don't meet the same standard of citizenship. So we said, let's avoid that. Let's have Congress develop a standardized system of citizenship for all of us, so we operate under the same. Commerce, citizenship, just as an example, to keep peace and harmony among the states, so we don't live in competition with one another. That's what a United States is.
I mean, so the federal government was basically supposed to be tiny, and now it's massive. We have over 180 institutions, the departments, Department of Labor, Department of this, Department of that. It's all unconstitutional.
Yes, labor, commerce. If you read the Commerce Clause, what does it say? It says Congress shall, okay, well, let me think again. I'm going all over the place here. Congress shall regulate commerce between foreign nations and among the several states. So that's to make sure that the United States gets because under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1, the taxation and spending clause, they can lay tariffs, taxes, impounds, or imposts to collect taxes on our goods coming in. So they're going to make sure that commerce is regulated, so that was how we funded the United States, or that's how we funded our country prior, is collecting taxes from foreign on commerce. And among the several states means that regulating the states among themselves, how they trade among themselves, so they don't discriminate and cause a rift with another state. Arizona is upset with California because of what they're doing. So we're going to charge them more for our Ruger firearms, or we're going to charge them, we're going to start competing against each other. So in order for us to live in harmony, we said, no, we'll let Congress regulate how we trade among ourselves. That is not an authority to tell you what you can produce. All this oil within our lands, that's state control. They have no authority to tell you can't drill oil. Get out of my yard, fool. I don't want you here. That's my yard. That's my property. That's my oil. And you can't tell me I can't produce it. That's part of our resources of a state. You cannot tell me how much I have to pay my employees. We're supposed to be a competitive country where we build commerce, where we build corporation, companies, business, individual business, small business, big business, and we compete. Those that do a good business model, those that do a good product, they're going to be able to pay their employees based on their ability to do so. It was not an authority. This federal minimum wage is illegal. It's unconstitutional. It's not an authority they have. Where do they get off? And I'll tell you where that came in. I think it was Virginia and New York. There was an individual from Virginia went to New York, and this was, I think, in the 40s. And he took an elevator into a business building. And back in those days, they had the elevator guy that would push the button for you because we're too good to push it ourselves, right? So he gets in the elevator and says, 7th floor. And he's going up there to make a business contract with a company out of Virginia and New York company. And so the federal government, a union filed and said, hey, this guy needs to be getting a better wage. So the federal government said, because he pushed that button for the guy because he's incapable to, as a businessman, to go to the 6th floor or whatever it was. Now he's participating in commerce. So he's not getting paid enough. We want everybody to get paid better. Can you tell me that someone who does an elevator for everybody just happens to have someone come on that's doing business in New York from Virginia has a right to, by the federal government, to say, well, now we're going to control how much money he gets paid by the hour? I believe that's where that started. I read that case several years ago. It's like blew my mind. This is ridiculous. But this is the control mechanism. And you mentioned we do have an awful lot of federal agencies. If you read Federalist 29 by Hamilton, please read it. It's about the militia. But the bottom line is basically he was trying to ease people's feelings about the states being overpowered by the federal government and all. But he was saying that if you take the states combined and the agencies within the state and their militias, the militias shall not be inferior in arming and training in arms to the federal government, there would be no way that this federal government would ever overpower them. Well, we've gotten away from that, haven't we? Read Federalist 29 by Hamilton. I encourage you to do that. It will address a lot of what we're talking about with the federal government getting way beyond their authority. And let's talk about property, because I did mention, I'm sorry, let me go back. I did mention parks and national forest. Read Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, the property clause. Now, this also concerns the border. Since the states are a sovereign nation, self-governing under our own constitutions, our own police authorities that we grant them from the people, we control everything within here. So the property clause says that Congress shall have legal sole jurisdiction or legal jurisdiction over no more than 10 miles square for the seat of government where you're at right now. So that's for our government. That's the people's government of the country. It cannot become a state. Newsflash for these idiots in Congress that think you guys can become a state and get more representation. You're not. You're specifically outlined in the Constitution as a seat of government for the people. And that was taken because in Pennsylvania, before the Constitution, they had, its influence. I mean, we only have 45 minutes and I'm already taking it up. But it was specifically stated that's for the seat of government. And they have, after they approach the states and get their permission and compensate them, they can have forts, dockyards, armories, and needful buildings. Forts for military bases, dockyards for Navy, armories for their weapons storage, and needful buildings for things like a post office, a federal court. They have authority. They're supposed to do patents. So they contact, hey, we got to put a new building. We expanded a court. We want to put a federal courthouse here for the authorities that we have under the Constitution, not this other nonsense. Can we have it? And they say, so the legislature of the state gets together, passes the bill. Yes, we're going to sell this to them. Here's how much it is. And they get it. Boom. That's it. If they don't ask and they don't get permission, they don't get it. And it has to be only for those specific things. Where did you see borders? I've gone down to our Arizona border many times to see the disaster down there. And there's a sign that says property of the U.S. government. Well, I'm sorry. I want to rip it down. It's not true. It's not in the property clause. They don't own the border. The states do. They don't control the border. The states do. Where do you see in their property clause where they have national forest? They don't. About 70% of Arizona is still owned by the federal government. There's no authority in the Constitution for them to own anything. And you cannot say, well, during the Enabling Act, when we did our Enabling Act and became a state, we ceded that land to the federal government. I don't care if you did or not. Where's the authority for them to own that land? You cannot cede it. And then why would you cede it if your state constitution, I'm talking about Washington state right now, if Washington State has a defined borders within their constitution, why didn't they carve that section out? They didn't. It's all encompassing, but yet they're claiming the federal government owns it, and yet the Constitution doesn't permit them or allow them to own it. Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. I'm just, who is going to clean up this mess? Because the federal government is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And just before their Easter, their holiday break, Congress approved a spending bill that was out of control, and that even made Marjorie Taylor Greene make a statement that maybe it's time to have Speaker of the House Mike Johnson taken out. And he's pretty new. He's only been there, what, less than 6 months? I mean, what do we do to solve this mess?
The states have to do it. Congress is bought and sold. It's a club down there. It's a nightmare. And they do all their own things over there outside of what normal operations of government should be. The states have to do it. The people have to do it. The first thing that has to happen is people have to read the Constitution. I'm begging you, please. I've been teaching and traveling, going around where I met you at Lake Havasu last summer, speaking, trying to educate people on the Constitution. And many times, once they've heard 3 or 4 times and read it, and I walk them through certain sections and then break it down based on, say, legislation that they're trying to propose now, the light goes on. People go, oh my gosh, I get it. But they won't get to that point until they start reading it.
Well, why aren't they teaching the Constitution in schools anymore? When I was in high school, I learned the Constitution, but not as detailed as you do. Are you teaching classes?
Oh, I do. I hold groups. I hold groups in several different parts of Arizona, traveling around doing that a lot. And it's beneficial because many of the people that I've been working with for the last, well, that have come and been there for at least a year or a year and a half, they're running for office now. But because the swamp is so deep, they don't want people with the constitutional ability and knowledge to get into office because they have a system. The Republicans and the Democrats, they're two sides of the same coin. And when their reign is being threatened by an outsider, they pull together, the Republican Party pulls together and gets with their political action committees and all their money and says, hey, we want you to put your flyers in. These 3 are running as a slate. They actually pull them together to run as a slate to avoid or put more pressure on an outsider who really wants to try to do something. So it's nearly impossible to win. I don't know how we got on this, but it's a struggle. So the people have to come together and start putting more pressure. I want to, I got a constitutional amendment for Arizona. I'm going to put through 3 of them actually. And we're going to try to file it next week and then see if we can get signatures for the 2026 election. Good luck.
Okay.
I hope we have one. One of them is
The
removal from office.
2024 election.
Well, no, it's not enough time. We need 385,000 signatures
Whoa.
in Arizona. And it has to be on the primary and general election in 2026.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
but it's removal from office. I want to establish a citizens grand jury controlled and create a position that is a commissioner, citizens grand jury commissioner for the state of Arizona that will oversee it. We got 15 counties. So I want 2 grand jury members that will run for a 2-year term to be from each county. That's 30. The grand jury will be impaneled with 23 or majority. And then if anybody that takes the office, including a judge, a sheriff in Arizona, not federally, in Arizona, a judge, governor, secretary of state, attorney general, county attorney, sheriff, chief of police, anybody who takes the oath of office, if they violate their oath, but after attempts by the complainant filing a complaint, there has to be attempts to rectify that violations of their oath of office and demonstrate that they've tried that and show the evidence of the violation. If the commissioner for the citizens grand jury gets the complaint, reviews it, calls 3 or 4 of the grand jury members, says, hey, I want to review this with you. What do you think? If they review it, say, yep, let's call it. So they commission the citizens grand jury. They have subpoena power. They call these idiots into office. They subpoena them into a grand jury hearing. They impanel the grand jury. They present evidence. We give the due process rights. Everything's broken down in the constitutional amendment. They get their presentation to defend themselves, and what the complaint is supposed to show is that they violated their oath of office, which is the Constitution, or they committed malfeasance or nonfeasance in office, or rebelled against the Constitution. That's all the damn Democrats. Happy to say. So you would call them in, and if the grand jury votes to convict by a majority, then they would immediately be removed from office. Their credentials would be revoked, and their office would be sealed for further investigation, because everything in that office belongs to the people. These people in office, when they're go to the office of the Capitol, that's our office. That belongs to the people. They're there to serve the people. And just to clarify that, every state has a Declaration of Rights in their state constitution. I also encourage people to read their state constitutions just to see what the authorities of their legislators are. They don't have authority to declare a state of emergency. All this COVID nonsense, violation of the Constitution. And I addressed that with them 4 years ago when it first came up. 3.5 years ago, I was raising a red flag on that, chewing them out, and it didn't matter. They have laws on the books now that are unconstitutional, granting powers to the governor, which he does not have. In Arizona, it's under Article 5, Section 2, 3, 4, and 5, grants his powers and its specific authorities. Not in there. The legislature doesn't have authority to declare a state of emergency either, but read your Declaration of Rights. And Article 2, Section 2 of Arizona specifically says all political power, and I should probably end it on this, but I got so much more to say. All political power is inherent in the people. That means we have the political power, not the legislature. It's inherent in us. And that's what it says in the Declaration of Independence, second paragraph, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men and women, old language. We institute government to secure these rights. Arizona Constitution, all political power is inherent in the people. Governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. And the purpose of government is to defend and preserve individual rights. We are an individualistic society, not a collectivistic, which we're supposed to be. So that means we have the political power. We decide how we're governed. Self-governing is what we're supposed to be. So I don't know how much more time we have, but
How do people reach you if they want to study the Constitution under you? Because you are one of the most educated men in the Constitution.
Well, I have a Substack.
Oh, okay.
I write articles on there all the time. I just wrote one about the federal government, the federal courts actually, saying how a non-citizen can have a firearm. I don't know if you people here have read that, but they're saying there was a challenge because an illegal alien had a firearm in 2020. I forgot what state it was, Michigan or Illinois or somewhere. And he was arrested for that. It was appealed. And the Supreme Court, in their infinite wisdom, because they put a black robe on and they went to law school to be contaminated with their thoughts, determined that, our history shows that you don't have to be a citizen to be able to protect yourself. So now they're saying they want all these illegals, 8 million of them the last 2 years come across from 174 countries. They should be able to have a gun. 80,000 Chinese came across the border. I was talking to what was he? He's a commander, second in command of Zapata County Sheriff's Department. He was concerned. He said, we have the Chinese government buying tens of thousands of acres with only within miles of our military bases, and they've been doing it for years.
And that should not be allowed. It should be America first. Foreign nationals
Absolutely.
should not be allowed to buy our land. So we have a massive problem. And I don't know who's going to solve it, but the people in Washington, D.C. are definitely not going to solve anything. So it goes back to your town, your city, your county.
We have, yes, we have to. I also have a website, Your American Sheriffs. I started an organization last summer or late last summer, and I have Sheriff Cody Bowen, who's one of my board of directors out of Oregon. I have two former sheriffs that lost their election in Washington, John Snaza and Brian Burnett, as part of my board, because our purpose is to bring our citizenry behind the sheriffs, our good sheriffs, support them. They can't do it alone. It's one person that's been elected, and that's the power of the sheriff, is they work for the people. They don't work for a board of supervisors. They don't work for a mayor or city council like the chief of police does. They are actually directly held accountable by the people. The people can only be, the sheriff is only going to be as effective as the strength of the people they have in the community, with the knowledge of the Constitution, the knowledge of what the power is, the knowledge of what the sheriff is supposed to do. And if you have a sheriff that's doing the right, and we have many sheriffs doing the right thing, and we need to protect them, we need to highlight them and support them no matter where they are. But if a sheriff has an announcement he's going to make, hey, Randy, I'm not going to support this unconstitutional mandate of masks or vaccines or whatever the nonsense is. Now he's going to make a press release on that. We should have 100 or 200 of his community constituents standing behind him saying, this is our sheriff. He's protecting our rights. Remember what the function of government is: to maintain and preserve individual rights, that they get their just powers from our consent. If you do something that's unconstitutional, follow an unconstitutional order, then you submit. You're giving your consent. Do not consent. I didn't wear that face diaper. It's like the diaper that you put on your face. It's the virus was so small. It's like putting a chain link fence on your fence, put it in your backyard, saying, I'm going to keep the flies out. It's ridiculous.
We need to know what your Substack is. Say your Substack.
Randy Miller. It's my Substack is Randy Miller. I'll email you a link, and if you want to post it, that'd be great. Our website is www.youramericansheriffs.us. And you can read about us. You can see what we're about. We need support. We need community members to write comments, say, hey, we support Your American Sheriffs. We need to get stories submitted about what your sheriff is doing, so we can highlight that, good or bad. But we want to highlight the positive and peer pressure those that are doing the negative.
Perfect. That's so perfect. Well, thank you, Randy. I love to hear how the U.S. Constitution is not being respected. I don't know who's going to cure this, but I have a feeling I will be in Washington, D.C. when it happens. So please come back when you're ready and bring some sheriffs. I think that the order of the day is going to be talking about the sheriffs at this point.
Yeah, you already talked to Dar. He's a friend of mine.
Love Darby.
I got a sheriff in Nevada, would be a good one. Believe it or not, his name is Jesse James.
Yes, we need Jesse James. I thought you were joking when you said that to me. It's so important. We need to really get the good sheriffs on the record, because people need to have role models, and people don't really have role models. So we need to get the role modeling going. Yeah,
he's a character. He's a pistol, but I like him. Yeah, I'll get some more sheriffs for you.
Yeah, come back and let's have a whole bunch of sheriffs and let's really get into it.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for having me.
Yes,
I hope I was well received by the audience. Thank you.
Yes, God bless you. Peace. And you'll have this, and I'll send you a link and you can share it with anyone you want.
All right. Thank you very much.
God bless you, Randy. Thank you. Peace.
You too.
That is Randy Miller, and he has so much to say. We are living in times where our federal government is not following the US Constitution. So we have some serious problems, but I want to tell you about something that I really love. Are you ready for this? This is so wild. This is bitter raw apricot seeds, okay? And this is made by this incredible couple, John and Chris Richardson. This is one of my favorite things to eat. I'm going to eat 3 right now, and then I'm going to bring in our next guest, who is a J6 hostage. But you can buy this at RNC Store, rncstore.com. Now this man founded this formulation, and he was actually arrested. But his son, John Richardson, actually has continued this. And these, if you eat a couple a day, are supposed to keep cancer away. And I think that they are so powerful. I just want to tell you about these. So buy them. Oh, and you can use my code if you buy these. They're not very expensive. They're like $25. You go to rncstore.com. And if you want to use my code, I have a code. It's called Corinne USA. So this is how we fund journalism like mine. This is how we fund independent journalists. I have to sell you products like this. And this is something that I care about. I'm going to eat them right now. They are amazing. These are raw apricot seeds. And you go to rncstore.com. And this is John Richardson's father founded these. He's based out of Arizona. He married one of the most beautiful women in the world. Her name is Chris. God bless you. Peace, Chris. And this is an incredible product. Now look at it. It's really yummy. And it like melts in your mouth. I'm going to put that over here. And then this is the other thing that I have to sell, which I really love. This is Corinne, Corinne, USA beef. Now this can last on your shelf for what, 10 years? Let's see. This says 12/26/2049. I'll probably be dead. I'll probably be dead by 2049. But just so you know, this is beef. It's the purest beef you could possibly get. You put it in hot water and you cook it. This is what I'm going to put in my backpack. I'm going to put my apricot seeds from rncstore.com. Use my code Corinne USA, Corinne USA. These are like $25. They're so good. I'm eating them right now. And then you buy the beef, which comes like this. It's vacuum packed. It'll last till 2049. You go to Corinne USA beef. Sorry, I have a flour. You go to Corinne USA beef. This is incredible. And you can just put it anywhere you want to put it. And when you're ready to eat it, you heat it up with hot water. Corinne USA beef. This is how you support my journalism. Of course, you have to use my code Corinne USA. And then you have all the products from Dr. Sherwood, who's incredible. He was on the show earlier. I think we're having noise problems. Dr. Sherwood is sherwoodtv.com, or you go to Functional Medical Institute, FMIDR.com, and you buy his bars. This got me through my day today at the Supreme Court, in Congress, and federal court. I ate this, and it was incredible. This is a meal in itself. It's called Kingdom Candy. This is how you have to support independent journalists like myself. And then, of course, you have to really go on mypillow.com and use my code Corinne USA on mypillow.com. You'll get like, 40% off if you use my code. Use my code Corinne USA on mypillow.com and buy whatever you can afford to buy on mypillow.com, because there is infinite potential on mypillow.com. You have pillows, you have sheets, you have towels, you have everything you need. I'm bringing in Hank Munzer now. Hank's facing 20 years in federal prison? He and I have been through so much. How are you, Hank? Are you in Montana? Where are you?
I am. I'm sitting in my chair relaxing. Been listening to the speakers you've had on.
I'm so grateful to have you on the America Happens news tonight. You know, all of our news, everything we do, anything you say could end up in your U.S. federal court case. You have your sentencing in June. They tried to throw you in prison before your sentencing. I just want you to speak uncensored because you're about to face, what, 10, 20 years in federal prison, which is shocking and traumatic and disgusting. But I want you to get your side. I want your side to be heard. I won't ask questions. Just go for it. What is going on with you, Hank? What's the truth?
Well, in my situation, I was found guilty on all the charges. I don't know what the sentencing is going to be at this point.
What day is your
Obviously,
sentencing?
June 20th.
Okay, June 20th, 2024, Washington, D.C. All y'all come here. They tried to throw you in prison before your sentencing, Hank, because when you were in D.C., I invited you to the Justice for J6 vigil hosted by the mother of Ashley Babbitt, which happens every day at 7:30 p.m. in front of the Washington, D.C. jail. We call it the Gulag. And somehow the feds found out you were there, and they said you were violating your right to be at this vigil for Justice for J6. Tell us everything. Sorry.
So let me kind of fill everyone in how that happened. So I had a check-in officer, and this check-in officer said that I didn't check in with her 2 times after she became my new check-in officer, which was a lie.
Can
I
you say
actually
her
posted.
name?
No, I'm not going to say her name at the moment, but
Okay.
it doesn't matter. It was there, and if anyone knows that followed my Facebook page, I had it listed there for quite some time.
Okay.
Now my entire Facebook page here the other day went down, so I basically have no social media platform except Truth Social, which I have not really been posting on because it's just hard to navigate because you pretty much have to have a Rumble account and then Truth Social to post back and forth. And I
Oh,
just haven't.
okay. Wait, go slower. So to do Truth Social, you have to have a Rumble account?
No, 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 no. Just when you want to do certain platforms and stuff or
Okay.
long things or spread
Okay.
different bits of information. It's just, I think it's more of a hosting issue, and that may change here
Who took
soon.
who took your Facebook account down? The feds?
That's a good question. I don't know, but it's gone. Basically, I've been banned 3 times. Where basically my entire Facebook has disappeared. Not just censored or warned that you said something. I mean, literally gone. So obviously, it happened after January 6th with Trump and all that. And I think once you get over the target and you start spreading information that's reveals the deep states procedures, what they're doing, what's about to happen next, they don't like people to know that. And so I'm pretty sure I was over the target on several issues, and
Yeah, but
including,
you shouldn't be banned on Facebook. That's disgusting.
well, it is, but all platforms matter. I just wish I was better at multiple platforms, so if one goes down, I could use another more effectively. But it was the one I could do quickly, effectively, and transmit a lot of information, and I got used to using it. It has nothing to do with the fact that there isn't others out there. That's
The
just
federal government is trying to silence you, Hank. They're trying to throw you in prison for 10 to 20 years and silence you.
Well, actually, they tried to do that, and it's funny. My judge actually defended me in that issue because they actually tried to prevent me from speaking and everything else, and the judge stood up for me. So I
Judge
give,
Cobb, good. Your Judge Cobb was good. Yes.
yes, she was very good about that. She says, I will not silence him, even though they tried. And I think the other thing is sometimes your attorneys work against you. I feel I have a fairly good attorney. I think he cares about my situation. But on the other hand, I don't think he understands the bigger picture. I'm the type of person, if I have to single-handedly take on the entire government by myself, I'll do that. Because this whole court case isn't about me. If I wanted to get out of this, I could have done like other people did and plea bargained or play the game. But this is about exposing the fraud. This is about helping everyone from January 6th and ultimately every American, because if they can do this to me, they can do this to you. And I'm proud to be in the fight. I'm proud to stand up for what's right. and I'm proud to take the blows if that's what it takes. But for me, it's not about winning my case, it's about exposure. And I've told everyone, and as you're starting to see, including the last speakers on, I mean, these people aren't following the law. We're supposed to live under a constitution that doesn't exist, it's not recognized. We can do all these things procedurally to try to call them out, which I think is great. I don't think anyone should stop doing that. But if anyone thinks that that's how we're going to win this war, no. Winning the war is through exposure, getting people to stand up and say enough's enough. And a good example of that was January 6th. I mean, there were so many people that showed up January 6th. Literally, they were terrified. They could not
I
handle
wish,
the fact that there
listen,
was too many people there.
I wish you were in federal court with me today, Hank. There is a woman. She's a grandma. She's gorgeous. She's from Colorado. Her name is Rebecca Lavrenz. She's facing what, 4 misdemeanors, which is like 1 year in prison. They've kept her in a jury trial for 1 week now. And now her jury's in deliberation tonight, but she has so much loving kindness in her heart. But for a misdemeanor, she has 1 week of a jury trial. It was horrific to watch, and I wish you had been with me.
Yeah, but what you're seeing is, so let me give you an example in my situation, because mine is relevant because it's what I've been through, it's what I've seen, it's what has happened. Um, so I went to pay for a bunch of people to go to DC. We ended up getting 9 people there. One of the individuals that was with me, he went into the Capitol just like I did. He got basically a few misdemeanors, got like 30 days in jail, and was released. Very minor charges, but he also did a plea deal because they knew that, see, if all of us would have stood up for January 6th, we could have literally bottlenecked the whole system. There's no way the court system could have handled 1,200 people going through court. So there's probably maybe a little more than that, 200 people or so that are actually truly fighting it. If all of us were to fight it, not only would have had more wins over time because we would expose the fraud more because there have been more cases showing more evidence, showing more information. But what's happened is they scared everyone, got in a plea bargain, they've hid all the information. We have, even in my case, there's multiple Brady Law violations. There's things that we've asked for in discovery that wasn't given. I was denied my discovery to bring in classified information in my court case. I can't bring classified information into my court case because if I do, then I would be in trouble, no different than Julian Assange or anything else. You'd just be a hostage in the situation. So you'd have to do the proper discovery and bring in the proper people that have it, put a skiff in place, do that. I was denied that. So I went to court basically unprepared in the sense of I didn't have all the information to prove my innocence, and the fact that, there's a lot of videos that have been withheld. But what was basically shown in court is they showed the officers that are there. The officers never secured the building. They did anything like that. They basically just waved us into the Capitol. I didn't even see, all the officers or anything of that nature. I just saw the people lined up at the doors. Saw the officers later as we entered. No one asked us to leave. It was almost like they escorted us into the building. And then we're in there. Then they pepper sprayed us, and then that's when the crowd got upset inside the rotunda area because they were being pepper sprayed. But we were in there peacefully assembling. And so then, as we tried to exit the building, they had all the doorways blocked. We couldn't get out of there. And in my case, I was assaulted by 2 officers. And at this point, the judge has failed to charge these officers. So it may come to a situation where we have to bring charges against them ourselves in order to do that. The other thing is I'm hoping the judge does the right thing because, see, I can't hold the judge or anyone accountable till after sentencing. And so we're going to do some legal maneuvers, not saying that those legal maneuvers are going to be the answer for everything. It's just one more exposure on the criminality of it. And I really hope the judge throws the book at me. I mean, it could go a simple way where I could get 30 days in jail or 40 days in jail, like the guy that went to the Capitol for me. He wasn't charged with felonies, by the way. And people would say, well, Hank, you're just lucky. You could have got worse. I just hope the judge throws the book at me, gets 20 plus years, so the world sees how corrupt the system is. An innocent man in the Capitol, assaulted by 2 officers, which struck me over the head, which is a huge violation. There's no reason why those officers shouldn't be charged. And yet I didn't raise a hand or do anything to them. I'm kind of the poster child in one sense, because I can expose the criminality of the system and how they're going after people like me, mostly because I'm willing to stand up. I'm willing to tell them what I think. I even put the judge on notice. I put them all on notice that we're going to hold them accountable, and there's going to be war tribunals when this happens. And it's just like your last speaker, we're talking about how to get the Constitution back, how to defeat our enemy. There's only two ways to defeat our enemy. We either fight the enemy, which first you got to identify who those individuals are. And we're so divided right now, we don't even know who they are. Or we win through public opinion and we all stand up, just like January 6th, where we basically stand up and say, we're not going to capitulate no more. We're not going to comply. We're no longer going to play your games. And we're going to stand outside these courthouses. We're going to, stand up. I mean, we're basically shutting down commerce in the sense of we are no longer going to allow this to occur no more. And basically, they lose their nutrition, they lose control of the people. The only reason they're able to continue is people are trying to make a living. People are still working. People are still paying their taxes. They're all complying, and that's what's funding the government. I always say, we the people have the power of the purse strings. It's not Congress. If all of us show up and say we're not going to participate no more, this would be over with already, and we can do it without firing a shot. But there's a lot of people that believe we're headed for civil war and that the military is not going to step in. That's why I'm wearing my shirt here. It's my rock in the orange shirt. It says, when tyranny becomes law, rebellion is duty. And this is Q Post 55. That's when Trump actually goes on to Twitter, which is X now, and says, my fellow Americans, the storm has arrived. And that'll validate that
Wait,
the
when is he going to
military,
do that? When is he going to do that?
nobody knows when that's going to happen. But when it does, prepare. It just
Wait,
means
tell
the
me about
military.
Q. Tell me about Q a little bit. When was the last Q post?
It's been some time, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. It's been a little while since the last Q
Why?
post.
Why?
Well, first of all, I mean, you can't necessarily. Q is just giving us intel, and it's the highest level. So if you had Q clearance in the military, you had access to 17 of the intelligence agencies. That's what it boils down to. And who is Q? It's a group of people. We know it's less than 10, and we know there's 3 civilians in the program. We know only 3 of those people actually know the entire plan, and everything is operated, um, out of Langley. So anyhow,
Langley, Virginia?
there's a group of individuals that conduct operations on a need-no basis, and that's how operations go down. Now we also have Space Force, which is also in control of the situation. That's why Trump formed it. Is he knew we couldn't deal with people like Milley and the other people in the military, and if we were to uproot those people, we would create chaos. So it was necessary to use the military and keep it intact the way it was, but we had to have a command and control place that we can control the people that were in it. So that's why Space Force was formed. And so by doing so, we took all the intelligence from all the intelligence agencies, put it under one umbrella. So eventually, when the military activates, and I don't care if it's from E1 to general, when they get the order to do whatever needs to be done at the appropriate time, if someone like Mealy or someone else steps out of line and they have the same order, the E1 can shoot the general. It wouldn't matter. So now do you trust our military? Because when orders are given, the military is to follow orders. So it was necessary to break the chain of command in the sense of intelligent gathering, but not so much in procedural. So when the orders come down, they follow their procedures.
Wait, you
So
think Mark Milley is relevant? You think he's still relevant?
I can't say he's relevant. I just said there's people like that that have been problems in the past and they've been slowly exposed. And
Yes,
all these
because I was
people,
just I was just in Congress trying to expose him. I wasn't aggressive enough. I should have been more aggressive. I was with Ivan Reichlin, and we were going to serve him with the Declaration of Military Accountability. And we didn't do it, but we should have. But I don't really know how relevant he is. And then I've been trying to track down 4-star generals and ask them if they regret taking the vaccine. I haven't seen any change in Washington, D.C. You know I'm hopeless. But when you
well,
talk about Q, you have hope. I don't have any hope. I think D.C. is not going to be resolved. But you believe there's still military out there that may rescue us.
well, it's not just rescuing us, it's about waking us up first. And the rescue comes later in the sense of we, the people, are willing to stand. and it's just like God's army fighting for us. Um, we just got to be diligent. We got to be ready. It's like I believe where we're at right now is we're standing at the edge of the promised land. And if we're living in fear, we're not going to possess the land. And so we're going to walk through the desert for a long period of time. I believe every generation's been given the opportunity to stand up and do what's right. And it's just, were they willing to do it? Were they willing to take charge? Were they willing to make a difference so God can step up to the plate and do what he needs to do? But he doesn't do it um, uh, without mankind's help. God expects us to do our part and give him the ability to show up. We just got to be willing and ready. It's just like when they tried to prosecute me. The reason why, one of the things that they used against me is I put on my Facebook page, I said I feel like David versus Goliath when we were going to DC, not knowing we were going to the Capitol, not knowing I would be arrested, not knowing anything about that. But they use that as a way to charge me because it's like I had intent. I'm standing up. And then I also said, I said, an individual isn't scared of one or two bees, but when millions show up, even the bravest will run. And they actually use that in my court proceeding. See, what they're doing is telling us what they're actually scared of. They're scared of people who, like me, are willing to stand up. Two, they're even more terrified when more show up, and they got to browbeat as many people as they can so people will not gather together and to make their voice heard. That's what they're most terrified about. Is when people wake up to the truth. And that's why the Q post is so important. It's all about the Great Awakening. It's not that Q needs to lead us. We don't need a general that lead us. We just need someone who can point us to the truth so we can stand on principles that are important. It's like I've said over and over and over again. I said, we form these groups, whether they're constitutional groups or this kind of group or that kind of group. Next thing you know, they get a lot of followings, a lot of support from people, and there's a huge number of people, and then someone in the leadership, because this is how the FBI and this is even how the CIA operates, is they infiltrate these groups, and then something happens, and then the whole organization crumbles because we called it something, we organized. The last thing we ever want to do is organize. What we need to do, we can have maybe small groups of individuals that know each other, maybe that individual knows somebody else, and we basically teach each other good principles. So when you see something really bad happen, we all show up, not because there's a leader telling us what to do. We do it because it's a moral principle. We become self-governing, which is how our founding fathers set up our country in the first place. But if we think we're headed to civil war, I want everyone to think wisely about your actions and what that means. That means you may have to take out your neighbor. It means you may have to hurt someone else that may be a good person who doesn't believe the way you do, but they're fighting for their cause. And I believe everyone has a cause, and I believe we should defend everyone's cause. But when it comes down to our liberties and all that, if we're going to stand up and we're going to fight for that, there's innocent people that are going to be hurt. So you're going to have to decide how you're going to conduct this war. And I would tell you this, if you're going to conduct a war and you're going to win this war, since you really don't know who your enemy is, there's only a couple places to start. First of all, you would need to eliminate every elected official. You would need to get rid of every attorney, judge, and prosecutor, and any police who would step in the way to stop you from doing it, and start there. And that would end 70% of our problems, even though there's innocent people in all them groups. That's the organizing power that controls us right now. So understand who your problem is. Now, do we have problems in our military? Correct. If we did that, even the military would be forced to step in. Do you think the military would conduct things the way they're being done now? No, they wouldn't. They would operate more under constitutional principles, so we'd be in a better situation. I don't believe we should be in a civil war situation or go down that path. But if you went down that path, that's the only reasonable way to get it done, and without hurting too many innocent people.
I mean, Hank, you could be in federal prison. I
Well, it
mean,
doesn't matter because,
well,
see, what matters the most is, and I'm putting together a documentary. When people
okay.
see what they've done to me, and they've seen how I was treated, and here's an innocent man going to jail for 20 years, and you don't even give that to a serial killer. You're going to have to ask yourself, what is wrong with government? Why are we putting up with this anymore? Am I just a pawn in the chess game? Yeah, I'm an important pawn in one sense because I'm exposing it. I'm exposing the fraud that's going on. Am I the guy that's actually having to remove them all? May not necessarily. May I play a role in that afterwards when we're in front of war tribunals? Absolutely.
So you
I
think
think
we'll get to war tribunals? You think we're going to get that far?
I think we've already had them, and I think that's very evident if you've been watching people. There's various people being removed. There's actors put in their place. I even said on the witness stand, Joe Biden isn't Joe Biden. He was executed at Gitmo long before he took office.
You
This
said
whole
that
thing
in your
is,
trial. I missed that. You
I
said
did.
that to Judge Cobb.
I said that. Yes, I did.
Oh
So pretty
no. Okay.
much. So, and I think they're terrified because they know what's going to be coming. Because pretty soon it's not going to be a trial about me. It's going to be a trial about them. It's going to be about exposing the entire fraud.
I
You
mean,
know,
I
and I
pray
know.
I'm in Washington, D.C. when the tables get turned and the trial is about Judge Walton and all the corrupt federal court judges, Judge Reyes. I mean, Judge Boasberg is a disgusting, nasty, disgusting, biased, terrible judge. The judges in the U.S. federal court, out of all of them, the best one I've seen so far is your Judge Cobb. She made the right choice for you. And then, out of the blue, Judge Rudolph Contreras actually said last week, after he sentenced like 5 people in a week, he said, I care about the J6ers family and I'm not going to give him full-time prison. He's just making him go to prison on the weekends. So maybe you can try to create an alternative schedule so you can still keep your life and not have to rot in federal prison.
Well, for me, it doesn't matter. I mean, we'll find out how Judge Cobb operates. I mean, maybe she'd be very fair. Maybe she realizes it's a dog and pony show, but she's got a certain responsibility to go through. But I also kind of hope they throw the book at me because either way, I'm going to get out of jail at the same time, whether it's a short sentence or a long sentence. I know I have a presidential pardon coming. That's not even an if, that's just a matter of when.
Okay, so you're
Um,
positive President Trump will pardon you. You're positive.
he's going to pardon everyone from January 6th.
Okay,
That's a
because
given.
I am going to be here standing up for you and I will hold him accountable for that. I mean,
Well,
that's going to be my
Trump
purpose.
Trump has said it many times, over and over again. So you got to ask yourself, who do you trust? Do you trust the government that we have in place right now, or do you trust Trump? Who are you going to elect to do what Trump's doing? If Trump isn't the man that's going to take this whole cabal down, who is going to? Who knows him better than he does? Who's the only one that has really stood up to him and come under fire and take all the lashes and all the arrows for us? There
Listen,
is
I
no
have to
one
be
that's done it
I
like
will
him.
be honest about this. I was not a 100% Trumper in 2020. I didn't even vote in 2020 because I am a real journalist and I felt like I needed to stay neutral in the elections. But now, after I've actually witnessed what's really happening in Washington, D.C., and I have a 24/7 prayer group that just prays for President Donald Trump because he was chosen by God to lead our country. I mean, he's the only person that could afford to get hundreds of millions, almost $1 billion in legal fees and fines. So God chose him to lead America. But what happens if they murder him, Hank? What do we do then? What happens if he doesn't take back the White House? What do we do then?
It'll be fine. Everything will work out okay. I mean, God has put me in a unique position where I've never been before. I mean, before Trump was elected, God told me he was the Lord's anointed. This has never happened to me in my life. I've been down through a journey. I've lost, my wife over the whole deal. I've gone through so many horrific things long before January 6th came along. I've basically been, a walking, talking billboard, trying to reveal the truth to people. And, through the circumstance I went through has allowed me to do more than I was ever able to do, whether I was married or anything else. I mean, I basically put my whole life on the line to spread the truth. I mean, it's no different spreading the gospel. The difference is instead of we're just talking about Jesus Christ, we're talking about the principles that God set up for us, the things that make us who we are as human beings, that give us our liberties and our rights and our being. So it's far bigger than just talking about, the gospel. It's about walking it, living it, and doing the right thing amongst the circumstances. I mean, look at the churches. We went through the whole COVID thing. How many churches between U.S. and Canada actually stood up to the whole mask mandate and the whole not gathering together? Just a handful. I mean, I asked myself, where's the Black Robe Regiment when we defeated the British? Where's that Black Robe Regiment? How come they're not standing up? Are they so terrified they're going to lose their 501(c)(3) status, or do they believe God is more powerful than the government? But yet they pledge themselves in a situation where they put government before God, and so therefore, if they stand up, they can lose their status. I mean, people are living in fear. This is no different than the normal individual that's working today. Well, if I do that, then it can cost me financially if it's my business or it's this. Of course it can. I mean, they went after me. I had all kinds of phone numbers. And after I got arrested the first time, I lost a lot of my phone numbers. They basically shut down my business, and then basically went to DC. I shut down my business when I went back there because I thought I was going to jail because I was told to be prepared for that. I find out now I don't have to go to jail June 20th. So now I got to go back and start making money again, just to try to survive. And then I don't know on June 20th, I'll actually be heading to jail or where the judge is going to send me home for a few months to get all my affairs in order before I actually do have to turn myself into a federal prison. See, there's so many unknowns, and basically you got to plan for the worst case scenario, not knowing what the best case scenario is going to be, because we have a corrupt system. We don't know which way this pendulum is going to swing and for how long. But I do know this: it will swing in the direction that we, the people, are going to win. That those people in January 6th that were arrested will be exonerated. And I really believe that when it's all done, we'll be considered heroes for what we did and how we stood up. And those that plea bargain or played the game, I think there's good people there. People made the decisions because based upon family and other things. But I really believe the true fighters are the ones that are willing to face it head on. Who basically, it's like the guy that was behind me that got the few. He didn't get any felony convictions, but yet I get 2 felony convictions on top of all these misdemeanors, and yet we were in the same place, did the exact same thing, and yet there's this unequal measurement in the judicial system, which means we have there's no fair weights and measures in government no more. So we have a completely illegitimate system. And it's all about just exposing that system. And that's what's really important.
I think it's really important to note that, you have a huge following of people in Montana, and no one wants to see you in federal prison. And I hope that a miracle happens, because you are a law-abiding American citizen. You have the right to think whatever you want to think. You don't hurt anyone. I felt so safe with you in Washington, D.C. You're one of the greatest guys I've ever met, and you can think whatever you want to think. And I feel like that, this is just a really traumatic example of how J6 political prisoners like yourself are getting fully persecuted and prosecuted in the most disgusting way that's ever happened in American history. And yes, this could cause some type of revolution or civil war, because there's going to be a cracking point. The federal government can't keep on arresting approximately one person a day and have no backlash. This is affecting thousands and thousands of children, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of families. They can't keep on arresting people who have no criminal background like yourself. And then while they're letting mass murderers and people who rape women do whatever they want to do, we have a problem. There's going to be a cracking point. So when will Q make its next post? What do you think?
I don't know, but I know Trump will be back by the end of the year. I can pretty much tell you that much. Do I know when? No, it could happen anytime. Things are gonna. I mean, there's a lot of events that are coming to pass that are kind of unique. I mean, you look at the whole eclipse that's coming through. Every time this has ever happened, we've gone into war. There's been huge chaos. Not
Wait,
saying
go
that
slower. Every time we've had an eclipse, we've gone into war. What?
the same kind of thing that's going on right now that's coming on the 8th. It's always, whether it's the Revolutionary War or this or that, always affected the United States. So how this is going to turn out, I don't know. I'm not saying it's going to. I'm saying it's something to keep an eye on. It's interesting. But what I can tell you from the Q post, and you're starting to see it now, is we start to see National Guard being activated, I think we're getting pretty close. And I can't say
Okay, so
anymore.
we're
But I
seeing
can
the
also,
National Guard being activated. We're seeing the Q posts. We're getting close to what? World War III? What are you saying exactly?
I can't tell you I can tell you we're not going to go into World War III. It may look that way. It may look in the sense that we're going to go through a nuclear exchange. I really believe because the QPO said they're going to bring us to the edge of the abyss and pull us back at the last second.
Okay.
So you got to understand, we have a lot of brainwashing going on. If you know anything about brainwashing at all, sometimes in order to break the brainwashing, even though we've shown people over and over the stupidity of all the things we've gone through so far, the tenacity for people to still believe the lie is absolutely incredible. I mean, I just can't believe people still think Joe Biden's doing a good job or this is okay or the economy
My
is okay.
mother loves Jill Biden. My mother likes Joe Biden. My mother thinks Jill Biden takes a bus to work. I mean, that is brainwashed.
No,
She has
no,
a helicopter. Jill Biden, whoever the current first lady is, has a helicopter. There are a lot of brainwashed people out there, Hank.
well, there are, and so that's why I'm saying we have to have an event that's going to break that brainwashing, and it's going to have to be a scary event at that. And I believe the military is in full control of everything that happens.
This
There's
is why
only
I
a
have
limited
all my
amount.
prep gear. This is why I want everybody to buy a Prep 123 with all the backpacks and all the prep gear. You got to buy Prep 123. Do you have a backpack like this, Hank?
I have backpacks. I mean, I have everything I need to survive. I mean, I live off the grid. I'm self-sufficient. You could dump me in the middle of nowhere and I'd survive forever. I'd build a whole colony and a whole city if you got me
You
in the middle
would?
of
You have
nowhere.
flashlights? You have everything?
I would build everything from scratch. I mean, there's so much I can do. And then the other thing you got to remember is if the military doesn't show up, there's a lot of us out that have been military contractors. You have no idea what we're capable of. I'm one of the
Okay.
few guys that if I wanted to, I could remove Washington, D.C. from the entire face of the earth. It would be a very bad day. But then there's innocent people that
Whoa. You would never do that. Listen, Hank just said that in jest, as a joke, a satire. Listen, what I do believe, though, is that there are men like yourself who would stand up for American women like me and children and families. And there are retired military throughout the United States of America that are prepared with the Second Amendment because this is getting out of control. They cannot continue to arrest American citizens like yourself who are peaceful, nonviolent, and throw you in prison. It can't happen.
Well, they can throw me in prison and they may try, and that's fine. The day I'm locked up behind bars is the day we all go active and we start making a difference. So there's more to the plan than people realize. Sometimes you got to take the blows in order to truly fight back. People have got to see what these people have done. I can't hold people accountable for their actions till they've done it. Matter of fact, one of the things they said is that, and this is the 1512 count. I interrupt Congress. Congress was adjourned when I got there, first of all, so I couldn't have interrupted it. Okay, but yet they apply that to me saying I have done something wrong that is not possible because they weren't in session. And second of all, is the law used from Enron in order to keep them from using paperwork and stuff to interfere with Congress, which shouldn't even be applicable to its usage that they're using on January 6th. That's also why it's going before the Supreme Court.
April
Um,
16th, that the 1512 is going before the Supreme Court.
right. And then they got me on the 231 count, and then obviously the misdemeanors, which basically is bogus on its face. And the real victory needs to be the fact that this whole thing was a trap. Now you're starting to find out that Trump did send a letter to Nancy Pelosi and them warning them about what was going to occur, that there was going to be a gathering, and he wanted the National Guard to be there. Trump can't authorize the National Guard. They have the authority to do that. And they failed to do it. And yet they lied about this whole time as if he didn't tell them to do so. And then you're going to find out that these pipe bombs now, those were all set up by federal agents. And so,
Can you
unlike most,
repeat that? The pipe bombs were set up by federal agents on January 6, 2021. I think
that
Kyle
is correct.
Sanderson exposed that, but say that again, Hank. Who set up the
Yes,
pipe bombs on January
it was
6th,
It was federal agents that set it up in order to create a narrative. So what everyone on January 6th ran into was a trap that day, not entrapment. Entrapment means you've done something wrong and they entrapped you. But a trap was we walked into something we had no knowledge of. We had no idea what was going on. We didn't even know we were doing anything wrong. Basically led in, and yeah, and then they're using that to browbeat us so that nobody would ever stand up. There would never be a gathering like this. They would beat Trump up so bad that he couldn't possibly win an election. That's their goal. But the bottom line is the military has been surveilling us the whole time. This isn't about 2024. If anyone thinks that we're going to go to a next election and win the election after the fraud we had in 2020 where Trump won, you have got to be kidding yourself. Does that mean we should not vote? Does that mean we shouldn't show up? We should show up. Absolutely. But do I think it's going to happen? No. Um, unless the military is there to supervise it, it's going to be the same game all over again. I mean, we didn't fix the problem. If he won the first time, how come Trump isn't back in office? So that's what's coming. So he's going to be back before the end of the year. And then at that point, I believe if there's going to be votes, it's going to be held by the military. There will be polling stations that'll handle things the appropriate way. It'll be hand counted, normal ballots, none of this electronic stuff. I believe all this information is going to come forward. I know for a fact that all of our ballots were watermarked with a non-radioactive isotope that was put on the paper so we can know which ones are real votes for which ones aren't. The military is in control of all that. And I believe that's all going to come front and center here pretty quick as well.
That's huge.
So it's not if fraud occurred, and we know it has. I mean, even the movie, what was it called, 2,000 Mules or something like that. In that video, it was very interesting. They use a program. It was an NSA program. It's called Project Prism. That was when we tracked each individual to each one of the drop boxes. I think if everyone goes back and watches that, that's very interesting because I don't know why they use a classified program when they put that together. But obviously, there's something behind the scenes that we're not seeing that the military is kind of slowly exposing the fraud. And there's more to this story before it's all done.
When is the next Q drop?
I don't think anyone knows that because, and I don't think we're going to know who the Q team is till sometime later, necessary for obvious reasons. I know kind of how they put the operations together, but that's all I can speak to, I mean, and it's
I
not
think
any.
the Q team is Juan O'Savin and Sheila Holm.
Nope, no,
No.
I can tell you it's not.
Okay.
I can tell you that for sure. Yeah, matter of fact, Juan was cut off from some of the intelligence because he, put information out there before he's supposed to. But no, he's not in the. I mean, he had a connection and maybe still has some connections because he's necessary for spreading information, but he isn't going to know who the Q players are, at least not directly. It's
Do you think
necessary.
have I ever met one of the Q players?
I doubt it.
No? Okay. Okay.
Unless it's Trump himself, then yes.
Well, what do you think's going to happen on April 8th with this solar eclipse?
I don't know what's going to happen. I can just tell you what history has shown us in the past. I always tell people you see certain events, look for things. Obviously, the deep state of the cabal want to use this to their advantage, but it also can be a judgment for them as well. So it depends on how this plays out. The question comes down to, are we going to fall into the trap and allow ourselves to be manipulated by government to fall into a false flag event, or are we going to stand up and do what's right and not allow them to manipulate us to keep us divided anymore? Really, that's the issue that we need to be more focused on than just, well, this event's going to happen here, this is the big one, or that's the big one. I don't think we're going to know when things are going to happen because the obvious thing in the Q post was told us we're to promote every big event as the next big event. So your enemy runs out of ammunition trying to stop Trump and others. And by doing so, we expose them. But what was very important on the Q posts is you never telegraph to the enemy when you're going to do something. So if you think I know or anyone else knows when the big event's going to happen, we're deceiving ourselves. The deception should be on them. This is called disinformation to get everyone ready for the next big event, whether that event's the one that takes them down or not, because then they run out of ammunition trying to stop something that's not coming. or not the thing that they thought it was. It's the distraction.
So you're coming back to DC on June 20th
That's correct.
for your sentencing with federal judge Cobb. She's been really fair, actually.
Well, I think she's looking at me and how I think this is what's helped me the most is the fact that I put so much on my Facebook page and other things, even though when the prosecution does all the nonsense they do, I'm kind of an open book. She can read it. She knows what's going on. And I don't think she's being manipulated by the prosecution trying to say all these horrible things when she's actually read it herself. And it's like, wait a minute, that's not what he's saying. You got to look at it within context, and the context is not there. I mean, if anything, I'm the guy that's out there trying to prevent a civil war. I'm the guy out there trying to prevent conflict. I'm trying to get us all to work together to recognize our common enemy, not to go out there, form a malicious or a group that's going to take over this country. The issue is just about waking people up to the truth. The military will handle it in due time. The only thing we need to do is just be willing to stand and say we're not going to capitulate, we're not going to comply. It's just like I don't wear the face mask. I said don't wear the face mask. It doesn't. And if they fire you over, then you have a lawsuit against them. I said don't get the vaccine. They fire you over it, you have a lawsuit. Now all these people that there's a lot of people that just quit their jobs, just like January 6ers. They wanted a plea bargain, they quit their jobs. They're never going to go back and go after them for damages because you quit. Now, if you're one of those
Okay.
people that said, I'm not going to take the vaccine, and they fired you over it, well, now you got a legal situation going on. And what the Q Post told us that was very important says class action lawsuits are very important. So this is ultimately going to turn around, and there's going to be big wins for those who are willing to stand up and do what's right and allow them to commit the crime. We don't do it out of fear and quit our jobs. Well, I'm not going to get vaccine, so I'm just going to quit. Force them to fire you. Stand in the gap. And there's a lot of them that didn't fire people. A lot of the hospitals, like they got to the last day of the mandate, said they were going to fire you, and then they didn't. And then there's other hospitals that did. But it was a small majority of the people that actually fired them. And those people that did, including those that worked for the military when they got fired for not taking the vaccine, not only are they going to get all their back pay back, but they're going to go after them for damages as well. And that's just, I think Trump was very clear about standing up for our principles, because if we do, there's going to be big wins involved. Whether you consider that Trump, whether you consider the Q post, it doesn't matter. One the same. They've all alluded to the very same things. Did we pick up on the hints? Did we do what was necessary? What he was doing is appealing to our hearts to do what was, what I would say are good principles, good moral principles, finding out who's going to stand on those moral principles. A lot of people, say those type of truths, but how many are willing to stand when it comes under pressure? And it's just like Trump, when he lost everything. I mean, Trump said very clearly, he said, you're not going to know who your enemies, your friends are. He said, when I lost everything, he said, people I helped become millionaires, billionaires. He said, when I was in a bad situation, I needed their help. They weren't there. He said, I'd have never believed it, because they were there with me the whole time. But as soon as they're under pressure and have to step up to the plate, then they cave. And that's what we're seeing right now. And we're even seeing people that were following the Q posts that were like, oh, gung ho for it. And now Q's gone silent. We haven't heard anymore. It just seems like the war is being lost, when actually there's still a lot of wins going on in the background. And we're ultimately coming to a big staging point here pretty quick. How many people have fallen away in this last stage, especially in this last year? I mean, people are just like, they have no chance of winning. I said, well, then what are you going to do? If you have no chance of winning, what are you going to do? What is your plan? You were all gung ho to jump on board, be part of the Q situation, which basically spread the truth from the Q board, what was going on. And now they're all kind of going in multiple directions. And even the January 6th are the same. They won't organize. They're all going in different directions. And how many times I said, if we organized, we could defeat our enemy. We could expose it, because it's not about each battle that's won or lost. It's about each battle that exposes the fraud. And I mean, we try to win our cases, but if you can't bring evidence in, you can't demonstrate certain things. It doesn't matter. But each case has an element of fraud going on in it, which when you put it all together, it shows the corruption as a whole. And
I
that's
mean,
what's
wait, we gotta
important.
stop. We gotta stop on this one. The judges are not allowing key evidence in the January 6th political prisoner cases. The judges are the problem. They denied your right to have key evidence in your case, Hank.
Well, they
That's
did, and they did the same thing with
unconstitutional.
Trump, and it is. But what did I just say before? We're not living under the Constitution. We have an illegitimate government that's in power right now. We have a foreign enemy that's operating our court systems. So how do you expect there to be justice? I mean, a judge will tell you if you want justice, go see a priest, go see a rabbi. There is not justice in our judicial system. So
I
what we
mean,
just need to do
that's
is expose
shocking.
it. Well, it's ultimately the truth. I mean, everyone thinks because we almost value our judicial system as the holy of holies. And if we just get our procedures right, and this is where every patriot goes wrong, if we just get our procedures right, we're going to win the battle. No, that's not how it works. You got a corrupt system. It's not the procedures that matter. Is procedures 9 cents of the law and the truth is 1/10? Of course it is. Can we get them on some procedures and expose them over time? Absolutely, we can. Do you think it's going to dismiss our cases? It hasn't, and it's not going to. They have an agenda. They're going to override it. They're going to do what's unlawful. And really, what we're doing is just exposing it.
I mean, what's the most important things that you want to say to people about your case? What did they stop you from bringing into your case? I mean, I wanted specific people to testify in your case, and you're telling me that the judge would not even allow you to have people testify in your case. Like, we should have had the police officer that attacked you physically testify in your case, and the judge wouldn't allow that. What were the specifics that the judge wouldn't allow?
So no, they had their own witnesses, including another officer, which we've asked the question: is there any time that an officer should ever use a baton and strike someone above the waist? He said never. And then we asked him, how about striking someone over the head? He said never. Now this wasn't the officer that struck me. This was somebody else. Now, could I press charges against that officer? Yes, I can. And will I? I very well may here pretty quick. That's going to come down to sentencing. Um, but at some point, we're going to have to put pressure on all these officers. I believe that there was good people there put in a bad situation. But the
Did you
fact
ever
that
talk to Stephen Long, the use of force expert?
I
You
did,
talked to, yes,
I did.
because
I
they
talked to
used
him
too
at
much
night,
force.
well, everything they did was illegal.
You should
If this
press
was Black
charges.
Lives Matter, if this was Antifa, this would never have happened. I mean, there's a different set of rules, and what we're dealing with British rule all over again. Laws for thee, but not for me. And you often hear Cash Patel and others. We're talking about a two-tier justice system, which is basically British law all over again. We got two different sets of rules for two different sets of people. What we got is the fox guarding the hen house. They'll only go after the people they want to go after, and they won't go after their own. So if they don't go after their own, who's going to prosecute them? I mean, there's no oversight in the judicial system. There just isn't any.
I mean,
I
that's a
mean,
huge issue. There's no oversight in the judicial system. That's insane. What did our founding fathers really want? We need oversight in the judicial system. The House of Representatives and or Senate should be disciplining some of these unconstitutional judges.
well, and I swore oath to protect this country from enemies, foreign and domestic. And there's only one set of judges who have actually swore that oath, and that's the Supreme Court. They're the only ones. The rest of them are operating under the bar, which is the British Accreditation Registry. And then you see all these presidents and other people that get knighted by the Queen of England and stuff. Basically, all they are is just people that are submissive to the crown. That should have told us everything we need to know a long time ago. But how many people are watching it and seeing these things happen right in front of them? It's like, who do we have our allegiance to? To our country or to someone else? And that's really the answer that's at play. And I believe every judge should swear an oath to the Constitution, and then we can hold them criminally liable for the fact that they failed to do their oath of office. But we don't have an oath of office. I don't know what we have, but it's run by a foreign entity.
On the federal level, we don't have an oath of office. Today I was in federal court. You know that when I'm inside the courthouse, I can't film, I can't take photos, but I talked to a judge and I said, "Did you really take an oath of office?" And he just looked at me like I was mentally ill and ran away from me.
Yes, because they don't. Like I say, Supreme Court's the only one that does.
And
Everything
they
else is,
really don't care. They really don't care.
many of them
It's
don't, because they were
it's
put in there basically not to administer law, but to interpret it. And that's our problem. So then until that goes to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court does their job. So this is going to end up one of two ways. I already believe the Supreme Court has already ruled because I believe they saw information in regards to election fraud, um, that Trump had already won office. So I believe that that ruling has already been ruled on. I don't believe that they brought it forward to the public yet. So there's a little bit of information I believe I know, that's going to come forward at some point. So I believe right now the operations are we've already won this battle. It's just a matter of timing because we're exposing them, and I believe pretty much we're watching a movie at this point.
so you just want me to eat popcorn and enjoy the movie.
Well, we need to do our due diligence. We need to expose it. But yes, we were told in the Q post, get out your popcorn. It's going to be a great event. So, because,
Why hasn't there been another Q post since what? October 2022? Where's the next Q post?
so why do we need a leader to do what's right when we've already been shown the truth?
I mean, I don't really need a leader to do what's right, but it's just so emotionally shocking to watch you
What
get
what could what
tortured in
could the
US
Q post
federal court.
what could the Q post possibly tell us that they haven't already told us already that would make a difference at this point?
I mean, I don't know because I've never read a Q post, but the bottom line is that we do need some inspiration because we're coming down to November 2024. You're about to face what, 10, 20 years in federal prison for walking in the Capitol on January 6th and just being a good guy and being protective. I mean, this is ridiculous. The reason they targeted you, Hank, is because you stand up for President Donald Trump and your whole office in Montana is pro-Trump. They targeted you specifically because of your allegiance to President Trump.
Well, the fact that I'm very vocal, I'm sure that that contributed to it. I mean, my building is painted that way. Has the whole QAnon on it, which is Q is military, Anon is just people like you and me interpret it. So we were labeled as QAnon, but really it's really the Q post.
Okay, so
Um,
it's Q, which is military, and then Anon are meet people like me who are civilians.
Interpreting the Q post, yeah. So it
Okay.
comes from the movie Band of Anons. So you can kind of watch that movie and kind of get an idea. But the world we're about to head into when the truth comes out is going to be mind blowing. I mean, it's going to be beyond most people's comprehension. You got to understand this is why it's mental warfare that we're dealing, and we're dealing with psychological operations. Was Q a psychological operation? Of course it is. It was a psychological operation to make us think. That's what it was intended for. I mean, in order to break the brainwashing, we got to get you to understand that you've been lied to, that you've been deceived. I think a lot of people realize they've been deceived. I don't think they understand how much deception there actually is. When you find out 11% of everything you know is true and 89% of your life is a lie, that is a hard pill to swallow. Matter of fact, in the Q post, it told us if they released all the information, how this world operates and what this world is about, 99% of the people would either be in a hospital or a mental institution. Can you recognize the significance that 99% of the world would be in a hospital or a mental institution?
I
How
mean,
many people
this
could
is
know?
people need to know this fact because I can name at least 25 members of Antifa that were at the US Capitol on January 6th and they haven't been arrested. One member of Antifa, her name is Patricia Aguino. Patricia Aguino was at the US Capitol because she's Antifa, because she doesn't support President Donald Trump. She didn't get arrested. Talia Jane is another Antifa activist based out of New York City. She was at the US Capitol. She didn't get arrested. They are just targeting people who support
Well, that's
President
worse than
Donald.
that. There was probably at least 2,000 federal informants of some sort there. And if you're a federal informant, it takes 6 months to get cleared in order to be there. So in order for this to happen, this has had to been planned for some time. So this isn't anything new. And when the truth comes out, the world's going to be shocked because they're going to realize the American people are once again set up. And when you find out that we have a great military, we have great fighters that went out and fought wars. to defend our country. At least that's what they thought they were doing, defending our freedoms. And I praise our military for following orders to do what they did. However, here's the other side of the coin. As a country, we have never fought a legitimate war yet. Every one was set up by bankers and stuff to keep us all enslaved.
Okay,
When
that's
you
huge.
realize,
Every war was set up by bankers and the richest of rich to keep us slaves. That's unacceptable.
and we wipe out the bravest, the smartest, the strongest in these wars, so that we have a class of people that can't even identify what sex they are anymore. And those are the people running around and supposedly making our country great.
And that's what I encounter in Washington, D.C. A lot of people who can't even identify what sex they are. And that's
I mean,
why
I ask people, are you a he or a she or an it? Oh no, we got to have 5,000 different categories. I mean, we got kids in classrooms that identify as animals. They have to have litter boxes and stuff. I mean, it's
well,
crazy.
I mean,
Furry.
that's just traumatic. That's just a whole traumatic topic that I haven't even gotten into yet. But what I do want to get into is that Rachel Powell, who is a J6 political prisoner, who I interviewed a couple days before she started her 4+ year prison sentence in January 2024, just this last January, she has been put into a prison, a women's federal prison in West Virginia, where she is surrounded by men who identify as women who are masturbating and abusing her and the other female inmates, and no one is helping her. And I'm going to have to get to the root of this eventually when I figure out how to handle it. There are men in J6 political prisoner, Rachel Powell's women's federal prison in West Virginia. There are men who identify as women. How is that even allowed? That is the most disgusting, nasty, horrific news I could possibly give you. They are masturbating and abusing the women in the federal prison in West Virginia. Why is there no congressperson doing anything about this? I'm going to crack one day. I'm just going to crack in Congress and I'm going to start asking the real questions. And I'm going to get
Well,
banned, I guess, from everybody's lists and their PR. But I mean, how can you take this seriously when you know that
well,
the people in Congress are not standing up for women like Rachel Powell, who's getting abused in West Virginia federal prison by men who identify as women?
well, I'm glad you're pinning them down and asking those questions because we need to do that. I mean, this is just so the public wakes up. The bottom line is our congressmen do not care. I mean, when I was there, I went to a lot of different places when I was down there. I wanted to talk to different congressmen. They wouldn't even talk to a January 6th. They're terrified. If they even talk to me or anyone else, then they get brought into the courtroom. I said, let's just open this Pandora's box up. Let's just hash this all out. Let's just get her done. I said, I have information to expose it. The question is, are they even going to allow it? I mean, that's the issue. But yeah, we don't have a fair judicial system. It's not open for debate. It's basically, closed off to give an opinion. And then the court case is based upon those opinions. And so that's what people read. So they think you must be guilty of this or guilty of that because this is all that's in the court record. And it's really not all the facts. It's just the charging instruments that they use. And they're all based upon assumption, presumption, and lies at best. That's what it all is. There's nothing there, you know. And now that people are starting to see what actually happened January 6th, see how other January 6ers are being treated, I mean, people are starting to question. I remember right after I first got arrested, very good people, they were all hateful of me. It's like we tore up the Capitol, we did these horrible things. I said, I'll show you the video. I'll show you what really happened. Oh, I don't want to look at it. I said, why? Because your mind is already made up. You don't want to see what I went through and what the truth is. But this is the problem with brainwashing. This is the problem with the media. People will believe it even though you have the facts to prove it otherwise. And until the news starts reporting on the truth, people are just going to believe it. So I believe there's a moment coming, a pivotal moment here pretty quick, where the news will be forced to report on the truth, and then the tide will really change. And I believe we're very close to that right now, actually.
Oh my gosh, how many more weeks? How many
I
more
think
weeks?
I ain't gonna say it's weeks, but I believe it's very, very close.
Like how
So
many months?
I'm not gonna say it's months. It could be the next day. It could be the next month. I know it'll be before the end of the year. But there's pivotal moments that are coming up. I mean, things are coming out every day right now. You're hearing about them, but unfortunately, we've been reporting on this news a year and a half before the news is finally actually reporting on it now. It's like, how come this wasn't front and center back then? No, they weren't talking about it. But all it's doing is the news is finally verifying the things that we told them were going on. And we're almost like prophets now because how did you guys know a year and a half in advance or 2 years in advance? I mean, really? I mean, weren't you watching? I mean, I know you were watching the news, but were you watching what was really happening in events and thinking for yourself? If you were thinking for yourself, you would be way ahead of the curve right now. If you're listening to the news, you're like an ostrich who stuck his head in the sand and got fucked by everybody.
Whoa, if we were on Lindell TV, we would be kicked off. We can't say bad words. I have to be really proper. But we're not on Lindell TV, so we're okay. You are getting in a wild mood. Is there anything in our last 10 minutes, is there anything that you haven't said that you want to say? Because, your time is ticking. I mean, you can always call me from the jail, from the prison, but I'll be very
Yeah,
emotional because I
I
don't want
think
to see men of your caliber in federal prison. I don't want to see that.
well, I think the biggest thing is when the documentary comes out, that's going to be huge.
Okay.
Um, because until people see what I mean, I can tell them my story. People don't really understand. Every time I show them video footage, they freak out. They're like, "Oh my gosh, it really happened." Well, yeah, I told you that. But I think once the video evidence is there, that's going to make a huge difference. We're a species of people that we don't always believe what people tell us. I mean, in the sense we do. So here's how brainwashing works. If a person had a problem with somebody and they went around and told all these lies that this person did this to me, this person, there was the first thing that they heard was from that individual who lied. They're going to believe that more than the person come along and say it isn't true, that didn't happen, because people like to listen to the drama that's played out, not the truth or the defense that comes afterwards. And they can't reconcile the two. So I really believe until the video footage comes out, it's going to have a hard time making a difference by everything that I say, although everything I say is going to plant a seed of doubt that the story's real. But once the video evidence comes out, I think it's going to be huge because one, I planted the seed, and then it's all going to make sense because not only have they heard it, but now they physically saw it, and then they're going to be outraged. And if you're not outraged, I mean, you don't care about humanity anymore. You don't care about anyone's rights, and if you don't care about anyone else's rights, you don't deserve to have them either. And that, I mean, that's a huge statement. But those who don't fight for freedom don't deserve to have it.
That's so powerful because that's true. That is so true. I never thought I'd say that, but it's true. It's time to peacefully be united and stand up for our freedom, or we will lose it.
And we need to stand in masses, and we need to reach the family members that are brainwashed. And the biggest fear that we have right now, and this is what's holding everyone back, there's someone in your family that disagrees with your belief, and they will scream louder than everyone else, and you want to appease them, so you remain quiet. By you remaining quiet, you're enslaving the rest of us. We need to be a louder voice, and we need to basically tell these people that they're wrong. And then if they don't like it, they can leave. If they agree to disagree, that's okay. I don't have a problem with someone who disagrees with me. We can be friends and agree to disagree. I'm perfectly fine with that because I don't believe I should force my views on you, nor the other way around. But I don't believe that I have to cower to your point of view and not talk about it anymore, because that's a horrible thing. I mean, I just went through a situation with my family, and I have a son-in-law, and me and my daughter love talking about all the conspiracies and stuff, which are not conspiracies, are facts. And because I've been convicted, I mean, I get along great with my son-in-law. But here lately, because of my situation, he doesn't want me to talk about it. And if I come over and visit, I'm not allowed to say anything. It's like now I'm being silenced, and this never happened before. Um, so it's just people are really mentally deranged at the moment, and it's sad. And the only reason I want to bring that up because I really don't want to speak about him in a negative light because I respect my son-in-law. But on the other hand, that's kind of rude. I wouldn't silence his freedom of speech, nor would I not allow him to speak about what he believes in. But yet, it's okay for him to do that. It's just a difference of opinion right now, and we can't have an honest conversation or an honest debate because here's the problem. I believe that they already know they lost in the back of their minds, and they're fighting to want to be right because at some point, the tinfoil hat that I wear most of my life, I'm going to pass on to them. And I said, it's time for you to wear it. I wore it proudly. It's your turn.
That is so beautiful. Are you in the mood for my final guest? Because we're going to pray. Do you want to stay on? I'm going to have one of my favorite people, Everett Triplett, on, and he's going to pray with us. I was on InfoWars today. I'm so excited. Yes, I was on InfoWars. It was so amazing. Do you want to stay on when we pray?
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay, so I'm bringing Everett Triplett in. How are you, Everett? Thank you for coming in so late. I appreciate you so much. This is Hank. He's a J6 political prisoner. He's about to get sentenced on June 20th to what, 10, 20 years in federal prison?
Well, the one counts 20 years, plus it depends whether they run them consecutively or not. But that doesn't mean that's what you're going to get. Some people get less. They can get anywhere from 2 to 8 years. But that's the high end of the sentence.
I've got good news for you, Hank. I
Yes.
have been shown, my mind has been opened by God to what the prophecies that are written in the Bible say, and I am seeing everything. The Bible says it's happening right now. We're in these end time prophetic timeline, and they even mentions a when in multiple places that I have focused on with 100% attention and determination to listen exactly what is it saying here. And one of the chapters that's very powerful is Matthew 24, where it says the disciples came to Jesus privately. Let's pray. Let's pray, first of all. Like you said, we're going to pray, Corinne. Heavenly Father, we come before you and we pray for your guidance, your direction, for your anointing, and for your truth to be exposed. And we love you, Lord, and we know that you care and take care of us, and you have a plan. You have a plan to deal with this wickedness that's running amok. And your plan is to come and bring judgment on the wicked at the same time, tell the righteous it'll be well with them. And so God bless Corinne for having us on, and bless this time together now in Jesus' name. Amen.
In Jesus' mighty name. Thank you, Everett.
Okay, what I want to tell you, Hank, is I got really good news for you about the when I have discovered, because it says in Matthew 24, no one knows the day or the hour. But what I know it's talking about begins with I had a severe construction accident 20 years ago. I slipped off a roof. I shattered my left arm and leg, and I went into Reno. I was unconscious for 3 days. They put $10,000 worth of bolts in my arm and leg. But on the day I woke up in the hospital, I said, "Take me home. I don't want to be here. I'm self-employed, no insurance." As soon as I arrived at my home, I asked for a Bible, and I'm praying, and I'm in a lot of pain. My left arm and left leg are swollen, double the normal size. And I've been serving the Lord for 20 years, and I double tithe, and I'm generous with God, and I'm committed to Jesus. And I know all things are supposed to work together for good if you love. I go, what's good about this, God? When I asked for a Bible, and I said, if God was trying to get my attention, and this is what it took, he got it. So I opened a Bible to Ezekiel 4, and it's a brand new Bible, straight out of the box, a new version I hadn't even know about, a New American Standard Version. Happens to be the only translation that is written, the words are written the way it says. It says, in Ezekiel 4, verse 9, as for you, lay down on your left side. Like the NIV says, then lie on your left side. It doesn't have the same impact. But I open a Bible, brand new Bible. I have a shattered left arm, a shattered left leg, and I ask for a Bible, and I'm praying. I say, God, what is happening in my life? And when I open it, and I see these words, as for you, lay down on your left side. I go, what is that talk? How weird is that? There's 20,000 verses in the Bible. And I just opened it at random. And that's what I saw. And that's what I'm doing. And I started reading it. And God has opened my mind and given me understanding what I know literally cost me an arm and a leg. Anyway, what it goes on to say in Ezekiel 4 is store up food and water. Food and water is going to be scarce. Get to chapter 5, verse 9. It says, this is thus saith the Lord God, that he's coming to inflict punishment and bring judgment, because every time I started realizing, every time you read the word because, you're being told the answer to why. And a little kid says, hey, why, Daddy? Why is the sky blue? Why this? Why? The answer to why always begins with because. And so when he says he's coming to, because of the abominations in the land, the wickedness, because of the deep state, because of the injustice, like you said, how the justice system has no equality to it. And it's all been twisted and perverted because we as a nation used to pledge allegiance to one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. Guess what? When we became a nation that decided to move out from under God, away, suddenly the liberty and the justice went away. We don't have any liberty or justice anymore because we turned away from God. And so here I am back in Ezekiel 5. I'm just reading one page a day. It says he's coming to do what's never been done before. He's bringing judgments, sword, famine, plague, and wild beast. I lock onto that. I only read about a page a day. Next page, we get to Ezekiel 7, verse 5. It says, thus saith the Lord God, behold, a disaster, a unique disaster. It is coming, an end is coming. It says, behold, the day has arrived. I go, oh my goodness. I go, this book of Ezekiel, I used to think it's just some kind of a historic account about a prophet who lived 2,500 years ago, what happened to them way back then. But now I'm seeing it's talking about the end is coming. I go, really? In other words, it's like the book of Revelation. So I go, this is getting kind of interesting. You know, I got broken bones. I got nowhere to go. I'm gonna think I'll start this book from chapter 1. I back up to chapter 1. Chapter 1 of Ezekiel, I'm going to read it from the beginning. Starts out with Ezekiel saw an immense cloud of fire enfolding itself, surrounded by brilliant light. And in the center of the fire looked like glowing metal. And now while I'm reading that, my page is open to that. I've never read it before in my life. And I've been going to church for 20 years. But at home alone, about 9:30, 10 in the morning, mid-morning, home alone, with my Bible open to that page, guess what happens? There's a knock on my front door. But my leg's broke. I ain't going to get it to answer the door. I just laid there and I hollered, come on in. The door opens. I don't even know who's out there. An 80-year-old friend of mine comes walking in the living room, comes around the corner. I got a big house. And he says, I heard you got hurt. I thought I'd stop and check in on you, see how you're doing. He points, he says, you don't look so good. I'm laying there all gimped up, but I'm not doing very good. He sits on the couch. We start the visit. My Bible's open, Ezekiel chapter 1, where it does say he saw an immense cloud of fire enfolding itself, surrounded by brilliant light. And this is the page right here. I'll show it to you. I'm all dialed in on this. This is Ezekiel chapter 1. Can you see that? He saw an immense cloud of fire enfolding itself, surrounded. Can you see where it says surrounded by brilliant light? Center of the fire like glowing metal. So I'm reading that, and he knocks on the door, comes in, sits down. We start to BS a little, and then I go, hey, his nickname was Doc. I go, hey, Doc, hey, check out what I'm reading here. And I read it to him. I go, what do you make of that? You know what this man tells me? The most amazing story. He says, well, you know, I was in the Navy after World War II, and we're on a ship in the South Pacific at the remote islands of Bikini Atoll. He goes in, and our mission's conducting nuclear bomb tests because we've already used nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. World War II's over. He said, and that we were doing these tests, and that when that bomb was about to go off, every sailor was commanded, you must tightly close your eyes, cover your eyes with your forearm like this. And he told me when that bomb went off, every sailor on the ship, including himself, he said, I could see the bones in my arm through my closed eyes. That's what a nuclear bomb's like when it goes off. And then as he's explaining that to me, I looked back at my Bible and I saw these words, surrounded by brilliant light, an immense cloud of fire surrounded by brilliant light. So the fire looked like glowing metal. I go, oh, I got welders. I know what glowing metal is. Glowing metal looks just like this. It's glowing metal. See all this glowing metal right here? That's a mushroom cloud with the glowing metal. Anyway, I've been shown because after my friend left that morning, I'm laying there, I'm completely baffled. I'm going, what are the odds? I've never read this page in the Bible before, but on the day, while I'm looking at it, the knock at the door, I don't even know who's there. Oh, guess who shows up? A man comes in who's seen nuclear bombs go off. He explains to me that's what it's like. After he left, I asked myself, how many dudes like him are even existing in our society today? Those guys are pretty rare, few and far between. I don't know the odds, but try to find me another man like that. And I began to know God is showing me stuff. And so I know a disaster's coming. And then I began to understand it's called the Day of the Lord. And the Day of the Lord is in a lot of places. It's actually in so many places. Let me think of one place. It's in the book of Joel 6 times. The entire book of Joel. It says it's the day of the Lord, a day of darkness and gloom, that a large and mighty army comes, the likes of which the world's never seen before. There'll never be another one like it again in ages to come. I go, wow. It says, before then the land lies like the Garden of Eden. Since that I began reading all this, I did hear a Sacramento reporter interviewing some farmers in the spring about this time of the year. A few years back in the Sierras, there was very little snow and they're having a drought. They don't know what to plow. They're standing by a freshly plowed field, no water. When the reporter made this statement, the farmers have transformed California into what today is commonly referred to as the world's modern Garden of Eden. I go, really? That's in the Bible. That's in the book of Joel. The day of the Lord, a large army is coming. I know who this army coming is, because you're watching Daniel 7, where it says the bear is told to rise up, go forth, devour much flesh. I go, really, the bear? Now that would be Russia. That'd be Putin. But you know what? I don't see Putin as the man somebody's telling him what to do. I see Putin as the man that's like, he's the boss. You can tell him what to do. But I began to figure out who's telling him what to do. And it's the United Nations. It's the global government, because global government is moving forward with determination to become established. And I even listened to a speech by Putin in 2014 at the Valdez Discussion Club in Russia. He spoke for 2 hours in Russia and found 10 points in English where it said it was basically the bullet points that he made. And he finished his speech by saying there's still a chance to form a new world order. We could avoid a world war, but the new world order it must include the United States, but can only do so if the United States will simply agree to the same terms as everybody else to be subject to international law. International law, huh? That's United Nations. Then I began to realize we're never going to bow down. We did have the greatest government in the history of the world. We had a government of the people, by the people, for the people. But on that November 3rd, 2020 election, you saw insurrection. I didn't know what that word meant when they started talking about it, so I looked it up. It's the overthrow of an existing legitimate government. I go, that's what happened on November 3rd. We, the people, elected Trump. I watched it. I had a half a dozen friends over at my house that election night. We're in Nevada. So at 6:30 Nevada, it's 9:30 East Coast time. And they're counting. The vote counting is coming in those different eastern states. And we watched 6:30. The Trump was ahead of Biden in states. Some states Biden's ahead, but in most of them, Trump's ahead. and the lead kept gaining. At 7:30, the more votes are coming in, and Trump's walking away. His numbers are increasing, and Biden's are increasing, but Trump's lead is doubling and tripling. By 8:30, by 9:30, in all these states, and I had a big cardboard, and I had a line down the middle, and I had the Biden on the left, they're on the left, and I had Trump on the right, Trump's on the right, and I had every state, each one of them head in, and Trump had the states, and I counted all their electoral college votes, and I totaled them up, and by 9:30 that night, Trump had the 235 required to be the president. And he was leading, but his lead kept growing as time was going forward. And then one thing happened on that election night, which is very obvious to me, that's never happened before. They announced, stop counting the votes. Really? You know why stop counting the votes has never happened? Because every time there's an election, both sides work very hard to get the voters to vote for them. And nobody knows who's going to win. And in many elections, it can come right down to the very end where it's very close. Who's ahead is very close, right down to the wire. And so both sides, everybody want keep counting the votes. Don't stop. We want to know. They're on pins and needles. They're into. They want to see who's going to win. And it's like it's always been that way. And so it's nobody wants you to stop counting the votes. That's BS, right? But there's a reason why. Stop counting the votes happened that night because they needed time to go collect. They collected millions and millions and millions of Biden votes came in. And when they start counting the votes again, oh, what do you know? Here comes millions of Biden votes. They're all for Biden. And then Biden won. I go, you know what happened that day? That's what's called insurrection. That was the overthrow of a legitimate government of the people, by the people, for the people, where we, the people, elected a president and it got overthrown. And then what psychologists will tell you, often those who are guilty of doing what they do will go around accusing others of doing it. So what happens on January 6th? They're the ones that started accusing insurrection. And it's really them. They're the insurrectionists. Am I right or wrong, Hank?
Well, you're right, but I mean, it's even more than that. I mean, during the election, I mean, what people probably missed is during the vote count. I mean, Trump won the first election, and they had a computer logarithm that skewed the votes, but he won by such a margin, he overcame the voter fraud.
Yep.
The second time around, they even skewed it more, and he won so big, even with their present models, they couldn't keep up with the number of votes coming in for Trump, and they were forced to vote him. So he would have already won long before they had to stop the machines. Even with the curve in there that they had, I mean, they had like a 35 to 40% curve in their favor, and he overcame that. And so when the truth finally comes in, we're going to find out that Trump won every state except for one that was very close. That was the only one that was close. Everything else was completely off the charts. The biggest win of any president in history. That's what we're eventually going to find out.
And what I know that's coming, we're talking about a when, and it's in the Bible. I told you, the Word of God said there's a disaster coming. It's nuclear. It's called the Day of the Lord, and it's black smoke-filled skies, and it's God's plan. But in 2 Peter 3, it actually says you're to look forward to this day of the Lord. I think I can get it out because this is pretty cool that I can show on the way Corinne's got me in the below on the screen. It allows me to position my pages where I can see clearly that I'm holding it in the right place, and I can see what I'm showing you. And so it's actually saying, see where it says it's the day of the Lord over here. The day of the Lord is coming.
Yes. Tell people how to email you too, so you can send them these booklets.
Yeah, I can send you this book.
Send one to Hank.
It says the day Lord comes, it'll disappear like a roar. Elements will be destroyed by the fire. Everything will be destroyed this way. It says, see where it says you are to look forward to the day, Lord. Speed is coming. That day brings about destruction of the heavens by fire. Elements melt in the heat. but we're looking forward to the new heaven, the new earth, the home of the righteous. And so it does say the day of the Lord is going to bring about the destruction of the ungodly men. This is God. The bottom line is, Hank, God's got a plan. We're all looking at this crazy stuff happening and say, what are we going to do about this? Like they tell us we got a Second Amendment rights. It says in the Constitution, necessary for preservation of freedom, a free society, and the right of the people to bear arms. I go, we got that right to bear arms, but we're all watching our freedoms being destroyed. But we got the guns, and it says that those guns are necessary to preserve our freedom. But you don't see nobody. Nobody even knows who do we shoot. Where exactly who is our enemy and who's causing this? And I'm telling you, God's got a plan. He has a good plan. You cannot improve on his plan. If there was any way to have a better plan, well, God would choose that plan. And so he's telling us to get ready. The reason he says there's a disaster coming, he wants us to know about it, to be informed about it. And then I figured out it's the Matthew 24 talking about the disciples came to him and said, tell us when. And this is where it comes into you, Hank. This is going to make a big difference in you knowing what it says right here and how it affects your life, all of us in our lives, because it's saying right here, it says, what the heck? Where am I?
Tell people how to email you so they can get the booklet, Everett.
Yeah, the email is Everett end time at biblically.com. Okay, Matthew 24. The disciples came to him privately. They said, tell us when. Can you see that, Hank?
I can on my small phone, but go ahead.
Tell us when will be the end of the age. Jesus answered. The fact that it says he answered means we have the answer to when. It said, when will be the end of the age? He says, there'll be wars, rumors of wars, nations rise against nations. These are the beginning of the birth pains. So we're in the birth pain process right now, Hank. It's going off. Things are going off. Nations are rising. Are you aware about what's going on with Steadfast Defender 2024? Have you heard about that?
No, I
No,
haven't.
tell us.
Steadfast Defender 2024 is the NATO commander, where he says they're announcing the greatest. Here it is right here. I'll put it on for you.
We today announce the kickoff of Exercise Steadfast Defender 2024, which commences next week and runs through May. Steadfast Defender 24 will be the largest NATO exercise in decades, with participation from approximately 90,000 forces from all 31 allies, plus our good partner, Sweden. The alliance will demonstrate its ability to reinforce the Euro-Atlantic area via transatlantic movement of forces from North America. This reinforcement will occur during a simulated emerging conflict scenario against a near-peer adversary. Steadfast Defender 24 will be a clear demonstration of our unity, our strength, and our determination to protect each other, to protect, of course, our values and the rules-based international order. We today announce the kickoff of...
Now, what I'm seeing, Hank, is what that prophecy about tell us when will the end come. Nations will rise against nation. I go, we're watching 31 nations rising now. This is going to continue through May. And what I found out in this chapter 24 of Matthew, where it says Jesus, ask him, tell us when, it says Jesus answered, that the answer is right here, where it says the day and hour are unknown. No one knows the day or the hour, but right before that, it says when. Learn a lesson from the fig tree, the twigs get tender, the leaves come out. So when you see these things, you know summer's near. So when you see these things, it's right at the door. Right at the door means summer's near. That's why I'm talking about your June 20 court date. I'm seeing the scriptures saying this huge nuclear attack that's coming is going to fit a song we all know, where it says, it's called American Pie. Drove my Chevy, levee's dry. 3 men I admire the most took the last train for the coast. It says the courtroom was adjourned. No verdict was returned. What I'm saying is this entire country is going to get shut down by what's called an EMP effect. It means the grid's down. There's no power. There's no cell phone. There's no internet. There's no courts. There's no judicial system. There's no sheriffs. There's no one can dial 911. It's going to go crazy, Hank. But the good news is you ain't going to court, brother, because this is happening right now. And that's why Corinne's got me on, because I'm on what I know. God is telling us when. He says you don't know the day. You don't know the hour. Okay, I got that. But when he says when summer's near, it's at the door, I go, there's 12 months in a year, and there's 4 seasons, and each season's 3 months long. And so when summer's near, that would be the 3rd month of spring. That's the month. And then I found the week. See what it says right here? It says the sun will be darkened. Not getting a very good focus on this here. The camera or the light or whatever. There it
No,
is.
that's okay. Just
The
give
sun will be
people
darkened, but it says
Okay.
it says the moon will not give its light. The stars fall from the sky, heavenly bodies are shaken, and all that. And at that time, the Son of Man appeared in the sky. See, it's the 4 horsemen, Hank. The 4 horsemen in Revelation 6. It says the Lamb broke the first seal, and out of the first seal comes a white horse with the voice of thunder. I go, thunder? That's Mother Nature's massive explosion. Kaboom! I go, that's the nuclear bombing. See, I've been shown by the Lord, it's nuclear bombs coming. It's the day of the Lord, black smoke-filled skies. But that first horse with the voice of thunder, and it's the Lamb that breaks open the seal. I go, that's why it's called the day of the Lord. The Lord himself is actually behind releasing the 4 horses. The second horse has the sword, takes peace from the earth. I go, taking peace from the earth means war has started. War starts when you have a bomb. Yeah, a nuclear bombing happens, you freaking started a war there, brother. And so the war's on with the second seal breaks. The third seal breaks. That horse got scales, measuring, weighing things, and everything's going to become very scarce. And probably go, that's what war interrupts the distribution of supplies. It says it'll be a day's wages for a quart of wheat. I go, food's going to be scarce. I was reading about that in Ezekiel 4 when it says, lay down on your left side. It says, get 390 days supply of wheat, barley, beans, and store up all this food. I go, them Mormons, they're not stupid people. They've been stockpiling food for a long time. And then I even ran into some people, because I talk about this daily. And these guys, a couple of guys, they're elderly guys. I'm kind of older now myself, but this is a while back. They said, you don't know who we are. And I go, no. He said, well, we're elders in the Mormon church. And these scriptures you're talking about, they are the basis for why 10,000 Mormons stockpile food, because it's what the Bible's saying to do. And I go around daily telling everybody, stock up on your food, because did you see that ship? They say that container ship hit the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Well, I have a friend who's a retired 30 years. He was a merchant mariner captain, Captain Chapman of shipping containers. And he told me, you watch that video over and over, you will see, right as that ship turns into that pylon, is you will see the water blow up out of the water. He goes, those are underwater charges, because everybody knows, you see it in movies where somebody's got a remote control to a bomb and they push a button and a car blows up or something. You can control.
That's why I got banned on Facebook, is because I posted that, and you could see the explosives taking the guide wires out, because those are cables holding that bridge up, and it wouldn't have fallen. Even if it ran into it, the cables would have suspended the bridge.
Right.
So
They wanted to guarantee that bridge is going down, because what I became informed, I know this is a God thing. I'm talking 7, 8, or 12 years ago, I come across a program where on the news they were showing a group of men around a table looking at maps, and they said, we're war experts. We're paid to study war. And all the studying of war that we've done, he says, one thing is consistent. Every time there's a war, the side that always loses, they're the ones whose supplies are cut off. I go, we're having a massive nationwide supply chain crisis. You're watching your supplies being cut off. I said, okay, so the most important, rational thing that each and every patriotic American needs to be doing right now is stockpiling supplies, because that bridge was the largest port on the East Coast, Baltimore. All kinds of supplies are coming in and out of there. You blow up bridges is an act of war. Has anybody ever heard of the World War II movie called Bridge Over River Kwai? That bridge carried the enemy supply chain. You seen them American soldiers out there trying to plant the charges on them, and the German sniper sharpshooters trying to shoot at them. They wanted to blow that bridge up to cut off the enemy supply train. Yeah, our supplies are being cut off. It's an act of war. We're at war right now, everybody. And this is why I know this is the when. The Bible says you don't know the day or the hour, but the year is here. And the month is the last month of spring. And then it talks about the moon doesn't give light. I analyzed it all and I go, you know what? There's a 28-day cycle to the moon. And then the moon has 4 phases, and there's 4 weeks every month. There's a new moon every month. And so 1 week, 1 phase of the moon does not give light. It's called the new moon. Now, not only was I processing, pondering, thinking about this a long time ago, so far back, I'm thinking about it. It's right when George W. Bush announced he's going to attack Iraq. And so there was a panel of military experts on the news, and they were talking about, well, when do you think the president's going to attack? You know what I heard him say? The answer was, we don't know exactly when, but in today's modern warfare, the best time for an attack happens to be in the middle of the night. When you want to attack under cover of darkness, we have night vision technology. We can see in the dark. You want to attack at night because you want to maintain that element of surprise. And as you're attacking, you're under cover of darkness, but you can see with your night vision technology. And they finished the answer by saying, the darker the nights is the best when there's no light from the moon. And I go, boom, that's in Matthew 24. The moon will not give any light. It's going to be a night attack. And then I began to understand this happens when summer's near, really, yeah. And if it's happening when summer's near, did you know summer's only on half of the earth? That if one half of the earth has summer, the other half has winter. And then it's opposite. So though the term summer winter actually cuts the earth in half horizontally. And then it says it's going to happen coming like a thief in the night. And on that night, and Jeremiah 6 actually says they're planning to attack at noon, but the daylight fades. So they decide, well, then let's make it a night attack. I go, did you know that night and day cuts the earth in half vertically? Winter and summer cuts the earth in half horizontally? Did you know the 4 horsemen in Revelation 6? It says the authority was given to them to kill on 1/4 of the earth. Then I got my globe out. I'm analyzing everything. And I'm looking at, you can hold your planet in your hands. And as you study it, you only can see the half facing you. But as I'm looking at it, I'm seeing the North American continent on my left, and Canada. And I could see the Atlantic Ocean. And then I could see, without moving it, the half I'm looking at, top half, by the way, which is 1/4, I could see Scandinavian countries of Norway, Sweden, Finland. I could see England, Ireland, Scotland. I could see Denmark, Netherlands, France, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Switzerland, Greece, Germany, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Austria, Yugoslavia, Ukraine. All the members of NATO are contained in that top half on the half I'm looking at. That's 1/4 of the earth. This is what.
Okay, so wait, so what you're saying, Everett, is that June 6th, 2024, in and around June 6th, 2024, we are entering into a very serious emergency, potentially a nuclear war, and everyone needs to be prepared for the first week of June 2024.
Yes, because the calendar does say June 6th, new moon. You listen to the NATO commanders say they're going to continue with 90,000 troops, 31 member nations, Euro-Atlantic area, demonstrating our power and our strength and our unity. I go, did you know that they're going to continue through May? And that's what he said. So by May 31st, when they're done, May 31st, they're done. Next day is June 1st. June 6th is the new moon. So the new moon actually is 3 days prior. It's called waxing. And then it's the peak of the phase. It's called waning. It's moving in and out of each phase. And I go, this is Putin is going to be watching this steadfast defender 2024 demonstrating their power, their strength. Yeah, I see what you're doing. Yeah, you think you're bad, you're big, you're bad. And then at the end of May, by the time you get to May 31st, they will have anticipated our demonstrating is winding down. We don't need to order more food. Their food supplies are going to be programmed to use it up. They're not going to have any more fuel coming. They're not going to have more armaments or artillery or rounds are coming in. They're going to be finishing, and right at the time they're done demonstrating for 3.5 months, Putin going to be looking back and going, yeah. On May 31st, Putin will say, are you finished now? Really? Yeah, is that all you got? You demonstrated your power, your strength, your unity, and that's all you got, huh? Well, now it's my turn to show you what I got. Now watch this. And he's going to kaboom. And that's in the prophecy, and it's in the timing. And the Bible does not say that no one knows the week or the month or the year. It says you don't know the day or the hour. And so, Hank, I believe you ain't going to court. You ain't even going to have a trial. You ain't going to be sentenced. You're going to be with me as an American Homeland Defender, because it says we'll be up in the mountains resisting. It says the people that know their God will be firmly resisting. And believe me, brother, when I talk about stocking up on supplies, I'm a serious dude. Comes to that program right there.
I live off the grid. I build my own batteries that last forever. So
You build what kind of batteries?
I build a nickel iron battery, unlimited life cycle. You can overcharge it; it won't hurt it. You can run it 100% dead.
I want that battery. I'm coming after your batteries.
So I run a machine shop up here. I have several people live off the grid with me. We have a community up here. So yeah, and I set these systems all up around the world. I got so many people that are self-sufficient that most people don't even know about.
I got
so
20.
There's an underlying current of people that are prepared for what's coming should that event occur. But I can tell you this, as a very short period of time, we have to worry about surviving. I believe it's only going to be 4 to 6 weeks on the supply chain. I believe it's short. I believe the military is in control of all this. I believe, like in Revelation said, if those days were not shortened, no flesh would be saved. And I believe all the judgments talking about in Revelations are going to fall on the wicked because we've stood up and done our responsibility. And if we don't, it would fall on us. But I believe this is where the tide turn is right now, right here. And all we got to do is be willing to stand and not live in fear. Those who fear have not been made perfect in love. And we got to stand right now against every form of fear that there is, because there's nothing that man can do to us. And if we live by that and we stand up for that, we don't have to worry about outcomes because we know what the outcomes are going to be.
That's right. In fact, there's no better plan. If this is all God's plan, it's called the day of the Lord. The Lord's doing this. I go, it's His plan. And can anybody think they're smarter than God, that they could come up with a better plan than what God's plan is? I don't think so. No. In other words, the plan that God has, it's moving forward. Nobody can stop it. And He's telling us what it is, and it's a plan to fix all the problems and to bring judgment on the wicked. And it even says in Isaiah 3:10, tell the righteous it'll be well with them. They will enjoy the fruit of their deeds, which means they're off grid. They got power, they got water, they got food. They're okay. Even though Isaiah 33:8 says, brave men will cry out loud in the streets. The highways are deserted. There's no travelers on the road, which is a perfect description of the EMP, which is coming. And that same chapter goes on to say, trembling grips the godless. Sinners are terrified. And it says, the question is, who can dwell with the everlasting burning? And it says, he who walks righteously, this man will dwell on the mountain heights. His bread and water will be supplied. And God is going to take care of the righteous. And this is why He's even given us the mentality, the understanding, and the capability to be stocked up and to be off grid and to be set up where we don't have to be afflicted or affected by the chaos that's coming, because God is, just like God showed Noah, got to build an ark, Noah. God, can you Can you picture the expression on Noah's face when God comes to him 100 years ahead of time, and then and he says, "Hey, Noah, I got to talk to you about something." Oh, yeah, what is it you want, Lord? Well, you see the mountains, you see the trees over here. I got to tell you, Noah, there's a day coming when everywhere you look, all the way around, all you're going to see is water. There'll be nothing but water in every direction as far as you can see for many days. And then here's what I want you to do. And he gives Noah a plan on how to build an ark. Noah worked and he worked and he worked like you've been working, Hank. You haven't accomplished these things you're telling me about overnight. It's taken you a while and you've been at it for a while. And I know that because I've been doing the same thing. I got a whole bunch of solar trailers that I am not happy with. I bought them because I didn't know what I was buying, but they look pretty impressive. But they got big lead acid batteries. Some of them are not working. I need new batteries for these solar trailers. They got Sunny Island inverters and they got solar panels that tilt on them. I can send you pictures. You know, you may know what they are. DC solar trailers, and they have them at auctions. They're going to be selling some of them in Dallas. In fact, I got two of them I bought. I transferred wired money to an auction company already. Bought two solar trailers in Dallas, Texas. Sent them $20,000. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to get them to Nevada. But I've been spending a lot of money on solar, and I don't even know what I'm doing. But I do know this: I don't like them lead acid batteries. Like you said, you can't discharge them more than halfway. You got to keep adding water to them. They don't have the life cycle of charge discharge like what you're talking about. So I'm dialed in on wanting what you got, telling me about those batteries.
Well,
I
you
have
need to come see me. And are you in Nevada? Did I hear you say
Yeah, I'm
Reno?
about an hour out of Reno.
I was just in Reno last week. I go down there every week, every few weeks or so. Um, we'll exchange numbers and we'll get together. But it'd be a good to come and see what I have. I'll show you technologies you've probably never seen before, and the world probably hasn't seen yet. So
Well,
there's a lot of
Hank,
things that are going
I've
to
been
change.
it's been 20 years or more than 20 years since I broke my arm and leg. So God's been showing me this for a long time. I feel like a man who's been running a 20-mile marathon, and I'm coming around the 19 and 3/4 miles. I only got a quarter of a mile left. And then what does a runner in a marathon do at the last? He sees that finish line and he just starts pouring on the steam, summoning all his energy, all of his strength, giving it all he's got to pour on and make that finish line. I go, that's where we're at, brother. We're down to the wire.
Well,
So
and I
you're
think
coming.
I don't believe anyone needs to fear what's coming. I'm telling you, what's about to come is going to be so significant. So Jesus made it very clear. He said,
Yep.
"All the miracles I've done," he said, "greater things you will do." He said, "You can tell the mountains to throw itself in the ocean, and it'll do so." We can only teach human beings to become only so powerful, and it's a good example is what happens with the monks and stuff. They've trained their bodies to do certain things, and when they come together as groups, they can able to do even more things. When we come into this great awakening, we're going to find out who we are and the God-given abilities God has given us, and that's what we call the great awakening. That's all part of the Q post. When this finally is revealed to mankind and we understand our potential, evil has no ability to reign over us no more. And
No,
we're going to do things that have never been done before. And
yes,
that's the hope we need to have. I mean, we are headed to the greatest time to ever be alive. We should not be fear what's coming. And we need to not fear what could happen to us. All we need to do is stand like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego that said basically, God is able to rescue us. But
that's right.
even if he does not, we will stand because we can't force God to show up or force God to do things. I mean, God's always one of those things you put him in a box, he'll pop out of it. So
Yep.
we just got to willing to be faithful, and God will show up in his due time, and it'll be for his glory, not for our own. Some
Amen.
people want to be self-righteous in what they do, like they're the ones that God is showing his grace on, and not everyone else. I mean, he basically disperses it equally. All he wants is someone who's an open vessel, someone who's willing, and someone who's willing to be a servant. And no one is above another. So if I
Do
can
you,
teach anyone anything, what you've heard tonight, this one thing I'll tell you is we're all part of the plan. We all need to stand up. No one's above another. We need to support each other. We can no longer continue to conflict with each other. This is how the deep state has always won. we have conflicts, whether we're voting for this party, that party, or whether we have this belief or that belief. We should be able to come together, even if we have different beliefs, and come to a common purpose. And that's to allow freedom to reign for every man, woman, and child, no matter their belief system.
That's right. I love
That's
you.
so
I love you.
beautiful.
I love your faith. That's awesome. And you're 100%. I have no fear whatsoever. Whatever. I have no fear of death. For my body to die, I'm immediately in the presence of the Lord. I have no fear. It's a promotion for me. Not that I'm trying to be the first one to die when the war comes. That's not. I like what Patton said. Let them SOBs don't die for your country. Make them other SOBs die for their country. You know, I loved Patton, and I loved the movie where he said when he slapped the coward in the sick tent, they put him in a Paris penthouse, they decommissioned him, and they shows him pacing the floor. He goes back and forth. He says to his aides, "I have a destiny." He goes, "I must fulfill my destiny." And the reason I think of that scene is he had this inner conviction. He knew he was born to be there, and he does get reestablished, and he does do what he was born to do. And so what you're saying, Hank, I'm 100% on board with you, me, us. The best time to be alive is right now. And God has put us here, and we have a destiny, just like Patton had at that time. We may not know exactly what the details are, but we don't have no fear. And we're here to do everything we can, like the New Hampshire motto says, live free or die. Or like in the movie The 300, King Leonidas tells that Persian commander, "You're talking to free men here who would rather die fighting as free men than live as your slaves." We are the modern Greeks, brother. We come from a line of warriors, and we don't surrender, and we will fight to the death. And I thought about the Alamo and how 300 men died there. And I think about this kind of stuff, and I go, you know what? Anybody who thinks they died in vain don't understand what transpired afterwards. The United States, the cry went out, remember the Alamo. The federal government comes down there, they kick Santa Anna's ass. And what happens is Mexico and the United States sign a treaty, and the United States gains the territories of freaking New Mexico, Arizona, California, Nevada. Our entire nation grows a massive amount because 300 men died at the Alamo, and our whole country's borders changed, and we gained millions of acres of square miles of land. We got California. That's now the world's seventh largest economy. Anyway, the bottom line is fighting to the death, no problem. If that's what it takes, count me in. Like if you're General Travis, whoever he drew the line is who wants to leave, I'm not stepping on. I'm gonna be right there with you, brother.
Well, and the other thing I think is real important is especially with this ship hitting the Scott Francis Key Bridge, I don't think people understand the importance of it. So there's a video you can watch on YouTube. It's called The Star Spangled Banner by Scott Francis Key. That is a very powerful video. It shows how our flag came to be and what that actually means. Because it wasn't military men that defeated the British, it was civilians who knew what it meant to allow that flag to lay on the ground, because the British said all you have to do is lay that flag down. That's a form of surrender. And the American people, the American patriots, they weren't military, would rather die holding that flag up, because they knew that surrendering to the British would mean they would be slaves on their knees the rest of life, and the American patriot would rather live, would rather struggle and live on their feet than live as slaves on their knees. And so it was very important to show that proudly, and that's how we defeated the British. And it wasn't through military force. It was the act of rebellion that said, we will not capitulate, we will no longer comply. And that's why January 6th was so important, because the people stood up and says, no, we are not going to go along with this. And that scared them, and that scared them big time. And then they had to try to make us as an example. And we just need to rise up. We need to hold hand in hands. We need to work together, and we need not fear what's coming, because judgment is coming on them, not us.
That's
And this
right.
is not a time to feel like we need to. And I run to a lot of Christians, and I'm really disappointed in the Christians because we have been self-defeated by this whole rapture thing that God's going to rescue us, He's going to bring us out of this situation. And everyone goes, "We're going to die for Jesus. We're going to die for Jesus." What I want to ask you is this: when are you going to start living for Him? When are you going to stand up and do what's right? It's easy to die. It's much harder to live
That's right.
and to fight through it. The struggle is the battle we're facing right now. Not giving up, not letting God take us out of the situation. Go, I can't take this no more. Time for us to go home. This world is evil. When did God ever pull His people out of evil rather than and made them persist and go through it
No way.
until victory? And we're in the victory mode. We just need to keep fighting. We can't give up. We need to keep fighting. We will never surrender. And if we can do that, we win this battle. Otherwise, we're going to keep repeating the same cycle over and over and over again.
And
I live for Jesus Christ, and that's why I love listening to you guys. We have 10 more minutes. What do we want to say in the next 10 minutes?
in chapter 2 of Joel, when it says, the day of the Lord, a day of darkness, gloom, large and mighty army comes, fire burns before them, flames blaze behind them. It's like the land like the Garden of Eden. Then it goes on to say, return to me with all your heart, with weeping and fasting and praying. It says, the Lord is slow to wrath, abounding in love, full of mercy and compassion. It says, blow the trumpet, sound the alarm, call for an assembly, gather the people. And it's return to me. This is what I know is coming, Hank. It's going to be kind of a repeat of 9/11, but 10,000 times bigger, where you saw the World Trade Center come down and all this smoke and stuff, and everybody in New York was, and our whole country, our minds are blown that this is happening. But I want to draw your attention to 9/12. On 9/12, the news showed all the churches full of the people, and they're all praying, "Oh God, help us! Oh God!" And it did have the effect of turning all the people back to God, praying, "God, help us!" And so the day of the Lord is coming. It's a large military attack. Our land is being invaded. In fact, Joel chapter 1, verse 6 says, a nation has invaded my land, powerful and without number. That prophecy is happening in front of our very eyes. Our land's being invaded. This is part of God's judgment on this country, but his judgment has a purpose. He's planning it's a multi-purpose plan. He's going to get rid of the wicked, and he's going to turn his people back to him. He's coming for the bride without spot, wrinkle, or blemish. Zechariah 13:8 says, in those days, 2/3 of your people will perish, but the 1/3 I will bring through the fire, test them like silver, refine them like gold. They call on my name, and I will hear them. And I will say, they are my people, and the Lord is our God. It's a purifying, refining process is going to happen when the times get tough. The church is going to draw together. Our country is going to return to God. And then in chapter 2, that same chapter 2, that says the day of the Lord is coming, the day the large and mighty army comes. Then in the middle of the chapter says we return to him, we're praying and asking him to gathering to him. It's revival time. Then in verse 20, it says the Lord will drive this northern army back out from us. He will deliver us, which fits another scripture in Chronicles where it says, if my people who are called by my name will turn from their wicked ways and call on my name, then I will heal their land. See, this is the time that scripture applies to. A future is coming when God is going to correct this country. He's going to turn us back to him. And the people who are surviving are going to be God's people and the righteous. And it's going to be a better society to live in because all these wicked, worthless people, they're going to be gone. And this is God's plan. It happened with Noah to a degree. He lets the door of the ark down. A dove returns with an olive branch, and the ark rests on the ground. He opens the door. He steps out. It's a brand new world. The birds are singing. The skies are blue. The green grass is growing. And it's like, where's all those wicked people? They're all gone. Where'd they go? It's a peaceful new world we're headed for. It's called 1,000 years of peace on earth. There's a verse in Isaiah 2. It says, never again will men train for war. Nations will not rise up against nations anymore. The swords will be beat into plowshares and spears into pruning hooks. Those are implements of agriculture. The future focus of mankind will be food production. There'll be no hunger. There'll be no more massive amounts of money and energy wasted on war. It's gonna be set free. You got 700 military budget. You got to, hey, I'll put Hank in charge. Here, Hank. Here's $700 billion military budget. We don't need to use it for military money. I'm gonna put Hank in charge. What do you want to do with this $700 billion, Hank? We're gonna use it for good stuff, right?
Absolutely. And we're gonna and the future we're walking into. I mean, literally, when our military brings out the technology that we have, we're going to take 1,000-year leap in technology. It's going to be the greatest time to be alive. But
Will
we got to
Nasara
remember,
and Jasara come?
yes, maybe not the way people think it is, but yes, that there is a plan in place for that. There is going to be a transition. But what you got to remember is where we're at right now. You're going to find that a third of the people are really good people. You're going to find the other third will go whichever way the tide turns based upon the leadership of the country. And you're going to have a third of the people that are always going to be wicked. And the Lord says, we get towards the end, they're going to call evil good and good evil. That's where we're at right now. And you're going to see, 2/3 of society, as long as we have this administration in place, are going to fall into that trap of evil. But as soon as it sways the other way, you're going to find 2/3 of the people are great. And the judgment is going to fall on the remaining third and wipe them off the face of the earth. We are headed for a great time. And those people that were swayed by everything are going to be very sorry that they didn't stand up and get into the fight, because they're going to stand before God and have to hold an accountability for why they didn't do what they were supposed to do. Why weren't they responsible? Why didn't they take charge? Why weren't they part of, making the change? I really believe that this change in the military term could have ended before now if more people would have stood up. I think all along the way, we've passed several pivotal points in history where this whole mess could have ended if the people would have stood up. But it's had to go on longer until people realize how bad it has to become before we put the military in charge to handle it, because we can't have people fighting against our military if they believe Biden's in control. We can't have them fighting against the military if they think Trump's in control. They need to realize the military is eventually going to stand up. It's going to take charge and is going to right this ship and do the right thing. And that we need to be supportive on them. I don't care which side of the political aisle we're on. We got to recognize our common enemy, and then God's going to use them as a great and mighty army to, I wouldn't just say rescue us, but to do what the people want in the first place, and that's to create the change that's the correct change in the right direction.
Officially, I have not met any white hats yet, but I'm praying that they begin to assemble. I think that the closest we have to white hats are the people who actually signed the the Declaration of Military Accountability, which is on a .com, Declaration of Military Accountability, and that was signed on January 1st. Other than that, I haven't seen signs of white hats, but I'm open-minded. But whatever it is saying is a warning to all y'all out there. It's our last warning for tonight. June 6th, 2024, we could be entering into a very serious emergency. Be prepared starting June 1st to June 10th, 2024, and buy everything you need at prep123.com. Be ready123.com, and get your satellite phone from my beloved girlfriend Tina at sat123.com so you can be ready. You need a satellite phone, Everett, at sat123.com
I
so you
have
can
one.
communicate. You do?
I've had it for over a year.
That is
I never
so
use
smart.
it. It's just in a box that's charged up, but I don't.
Yes, everyone needs the satellite phone
You
because
have to go outside the house and hold it up in the sky to get it to work, I guess.
Everyone
Y'all
needs
need
this.
what you need is a Q phone.
Wait, you need a what? A what?
A Q phone. You need a Q phone.
Can you see in my room here? I have a whole bunch of walkie-talkies back here. We're all set up for EMP and communication, and I got a whole bunch of stuff. All money
I'm ready to
invested.
hitchhike to Everett's. I'm ready. I have my backpack. I have everything, my flashlights. We're ready to go. I can drink water.
Yeah, I'll tell everyone this, a little bit of hope. Your phones are already ready for the new Q phone. And when Elon Musk goes live with this, our phones will still work. So there's a plan in place. We all have them already. Um, don't worry about what's going to happen. I didn't say don't have backups, but I'm just saying there's a plan in place and everyone's going to have communication. So trust that plan.
Okay. Okay, we have less than 10 minutes. Is there anything that you want to say, Hank, that you haven't said?
Well, I would say, like I said, get involved, speak up, let your voice be heard. Don't be hiding in the shadows no more. We need to be louder than those people that are screaming from the rooftops that are a minority that we want to get along with because we want peace. It's time for us to stand up and be the loudest voice in the room at this point. We can no longer be silent. And I don't mean doing so in a negative way to be mean to someone. I mean, call them out, use humor, show them how ridiculous their beliefs or their thoughts are. It's one thing if someone just disagrees to disagree with you. I mean, that's a fine situation. Have a good discussion, but when people are just rude and mean and don't want to listen, I mean, sometimes we got to use humor to show the stupidity of the whole thing. Because right now, I mean, I mean, the level of stupidity is beyond comprehension, and their ability to continue with the lies and think it's okay is it's just beyond the fringe at this point. I mean, I don't think most of us can relate to how crazy people have become, and yet somehow we still need to reach out to other people.
Thank you, Hank. We'll have you back on before your sentencing on June 20th. Is there anything you want to say, Everett, that you haven't said?
I'm just watching. I have the understanding that when my friend came and visited me and said he could see the bones in his arm, I go, I've known this for quite a while, but one day we all know the song by Paul Simon, and it says, "Hello, darkness, my old friend. I come to speak with you again." And then he uses the word because, which is always the answer to why. Why hello, darkness, my old friend? Because a vision planted in my brain while I was sleeping still remains. He can't forget it. And he says he turns his collar to the cold and damp. He's standing under the halo of a street lamp. That's on at night. And then he says this: when my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence. I guarantee you, God gave the man a vision, just like he gave Nebuchadnezzar a vision of his kingdom falling like a tree. Paul Simon's vision is of the EMP and the electromagnetic pulse and the nuclear bomb going off. And it's the brightness of the light. See the bones in your arm? His eyes are stabbed like a flash of a neon light. He's describing the nuclear bomb detonation, and then everything became silent. There's no radio. There's no television. There's no cars moving. The highways, everything stops. There's a sound called silence that you don't hear in our society, but it's coming. And the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls. And he says, hear my words, I might teach you. But he says, my words are like silent raindrops. That means a raindrop that's silent, nobody hears it. It's silent. And that's what he's saying. He's saying, my words, nobody's hearing me. But I know what he's talking about. And another song is Stand By Me. The song starts out, And when the night has come and all the land is dark, and everywhere you look, the night comes, all the land is dark. The moon is the only light that you see. There's not a light on anywhere. That's grid down. And then he says, will you be afraid? Will you stand by me? No, these songs are telling us what's coming. The song American Pie is telling you. The flames reached 8 miles high. Fire's the devil's only friend. Talks about a summer swelter and a fallout shelter. That's because it happens when summer's near. When summer's near, it's at the door. That means it's going to get hot. Summer's coming and the power grid's down and nobody's air conditioners are working. It's going to be a summer swelter and a fallout shelter. The songs all fit what I know, what God has showed me. All I know is I have been given understanding about the Word of God. I have page after page of Bibles, all underlined with side columns explaining what it's talking about. And it's telling you, this is all talking about what it's saying, and it all fits. And so you can't know what I know without going to a lot of trouble making a booklet and giving it away free. I don't charge anything. And if you email endtime@biblically.com, and then I also have, I'm on TikTok. I'm called Mr. Seymour on TikTok. And I got a guy helping me make videos and stuff, and I got Mike helping me make videos and stuff. Anyway, I'm a watchman. I'm just trying to warn the people. It says you're appointed by the Lord as a watchman. You're to warn the people. If you don't warn them, their blood will be on your hand. They go, I don't want anybody's blood. I don't want that. So I have a job. God's given me a job to warn the people. It's going to go nuclear. It says in the Matthew 24, it will be like it was in the days of Noah. They'll be buying, selling, building, planting, marrying, giving in marriage, right up to the day the water swept them all away. And then it says it will be just like that on the coming day of the Lord. The people have no clue what's coming. A day of great disaster is coming. It's God's plan. It fits. The horses are coming out of because we're in the birth pains. What happens in a birth pain process? The pressure continues to intensify until the women know this happens. The sac of amniotic fluid breaks. It's a sealed sac. But when that seal breaks, it's called the breaking of the water. And the water lubricates the birth canal. And then the baby's head starts pushing and dilating. And the women have told me when that water breaks, the pain becomes far more excruciating. Well, the breaking of the sealed sac is the breaking of the seals in Revelation 6. The Lamb breaks the seals. The first horse comes out with a voice of thunder. The second horse brings the sword, takes peace from the earth. The third horse brings the scales and everything. Spare not the oil and the wine. I stock up on a lot of fuel. The oil, and it's like the 10 virgins. 5 are wise, 5 are foolish. The only difference between those, the 5 wise ones, they have extra vessels of oil. The foolish ones, they don't have any extra. They don't have any fuel stockpile. This is what I understand. It comes from God. We need to be stocking up. You're running out of time to stock up. Go get as many supplies as your financial capable of doing.
Yes, go to beready123.com. Go to prep123.com and go to satellite phones. Get your satellite phone at sat123.com. And this is going to conclude an episode of the America Happens News. Do you want to pray us out, Pastor Everett?
I'm not a pastor.
I love calling you pastor. Minister.
I'm a contractor. I hauled the building.
You're a carpenter. You're a carpenter. The first week of June.
I'm happy
Everett Triplett wants you to be ready and prepared.
Yeah, let's pray. I'm always ready to pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to share your word and to try to encourage people to understand that your plan is moving forward, that you are in control, and that America is under judgment. like the Babylon, the trees falling, America's falling. 7 times you're going to pass by. And at the end of 7 times that pass by, Nebuchadnezzar, who's eating grass, dew forms on his back. He loses his mind. And then his mind's restored. His kingdom, his counselors gather back around him. His kingdom did become restored and went on to become greater than it was before. That's the future of America. God's just coming to clean up the mess, straighten things out. He has a good plan, and our future is very bright. And the kingdom of heaven is coming. The birthing pains bring the birthing of a new age is coming. We thank you, Lord, that you reveal your plans to your servants, like it says in Amos 3:7. And we just need to get with the program. When you show us what the plan is, and you tell us and you instruct us, get wheat, barley, beans, store up food for yourself, and food is going to be scarce, water is going to be scarce. Lord, I pray that all who hear and listen to us will take serious our words and put them into action, because it's 2 different tiers. One is hearers. There are people who hear and listen. There are people who don't listen, but there's people who hear and listen, but they don't do anything. Then there's hearers and listeners who actually then become doers. I pray, Lord, the people will be doing the deeds of taking action and preparing, and again, yes, collecting their supplies. And that you love your people, you take care of us, and we don't do it out of any fear. We do it out of obedience. We're being told to do this. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
In Jesus' mighty name. God bless you. Peace. Thank you, Hank. Please come back before your sentencing in June, and I will talk to you soon. I gave you both each other's numbers. Thank you. News.
Nice meeting you, Hank.
Nice meeting you.
Oh, did I do it right? I hope I did it right. Wow. One more time. Woo.